present at tonight's meeting are Dean Kaczynski, Township Manager, Doug Roussillon, Township Clerk, Kristen DeNorcia, Deputy Township Clerk, Thomas Rowe, Deputy Township Manager, Scott Salmon, Township Attorney, and Ron Goodman, Volunteer Cablecaster. For the public's information, we are currently holding a hybrid format meeting. We have people in person and on Zoom. If our Wi-Fi at the municipal building has an issue where the Zoom meeting drops, we will aim to retrieve the connection and recontinue the meeting. The next televised regular council meeting is being rescheduled to take place on Tuesday, November 21st at 6:30 p.m. The public portion of that meeting will begin at 8 p.m. There will be a cannabis subcommittee meeting on October 23rd at 6 p.m. in these chambers. Early voting for the 2023 general election is open at the Rota Center from October 28th until November 4th. Election day is on Tuesday, November 7th, and polls are open from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. on that day. We will be having a Veterans Day ceremony on Saturday, November 11th at 11 a.m. on the Municipal Green. There will also be an American Legion Drive Stop and Shop Redevelopment Community Forum taking place on Monday, November 20th. We have two more announcements. There will be another townwide garage sale this upcoming weekend, and the registration info is on the website. We're also having a poll worker meet and greet on Wednesday, November 1st from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. If you are a poll worker or are interested in becoming one, please come by the council chambers to meet your fellow poll workers and enjoy light refreshments in preparation for the 2023 general election. Council met in closed session earlier this evening to discuss the following: a DPW update, the Bryant School Historic Marker, field updates, the council meeting schedule for next year, Fairleigh Dickinson University programs with the ABCR, a clergy meeting, legal issues and opinions regarding items on tonight's open session agenda, litigation updates, and Oprah. Our next order of business is presentations. And first up is a proclamation for Arbor Day. Can the members of the Shade Tree Advisory Board please join me at the podium for the presentation? Maybe just this level behind you. We have a proclamation. It's really short. I'll read it. Please bear with me. And thank you to our members of the Shade Tree Advisory Board who are here to accept it, because they're doing a great job organizing Arbor Day. And you'll talk a little bit more about that event that is coming up at Phelps Park, correct? Whereas in 1872, J. Sterling Morton proposed to the Nebraska Board of Agriculture that a special day be set aside for the planting of trees. And whereas this holiday, called Arbor Day, was first observed with the planting of more than 1 million trees in Nebraska, and whereas Arbor Day is now observed throughout the nation and the world, and whereas trees can reduce the erosion of our precious topsoil by wind and water, cut heating and cooling costs, moderate the temperature, clean the air, produce life-giving oxygen, and provide habitat for wildlife. And whereas trees are a renewable resource, giving us paper, wood for our homes, fuel for our fires, and countless other wood products. And whereas trees in our town increase property values, enhance the economic vitality of business areas, and beautify our community. And whereas trees, wherever they are planted, are a source of joy and spiritual renewal. Now, therefore, I, Michael Pagan, Mayor of the Township of Teaneck, do hereby proclaim October 23rd as Arbor Day in the Township of Teaneck. Instead of the traditional month of April, do recognize our Shade Tree Advisory Board's tree planting event at the Phelps Park Arboretum. And I urge all citizens to celebrate Arbor Day and to support efforts to protect our trees and woodlands. And further, I urge all citizens to plant trees to gladden the heart and promote the well-being of this and future generations. This is signed by the mayor and the council. And if you don't mind telling us a little bit about the upcoming event.
As you heard, it's on Monday, October 23rd, 2 p.m. at Phelps Park in the Arboretum, which I guess some of you don't know that we actually do have an Arboretum in town, which we are also working on beautifying. That's a good word. And we're excited about the tree that we're planting there, which is a bald cypress tree.
Something
Grows really tall. But we would love for anybody who's available to come, or on 2 p.m. on Monday. Please join us. We're excited to do this. We've been doing this for over 25 years, I think now. So please, trees are good for you.
I agree with Nancy. This is actually a labor of love for us. We love doing it. We do it every year. And we're happy to have anybody join us. You don't need an invitation. Just show up. 2 o'clock, October 23rd, at the Arboretum, which is right across the street from FDU. And thank you, Mayor, always being so nice.
Pleasure.
We're on TV. We're on TV.
We are. Thank you to the members of our Shade Tree Advisory Board. Photo op. Yassine wants a photo op.
That's what we.
Thank you, Robbie. Thank you, Nancy. Thank you to our Shade Tree Advisory Board. We have one more proclamation under presentations, and I think that's you, correct, Councilwoman?
Yeah, I'm gonna just make this quick. I just wanted to do the proclamation for National Epilepsy Month. November is nationally recognized as National Epilepsy Month. This is something very close to me as I personally have epilepsy. My father has epilepsy. My child has epilepsy. Do I need to read the whole thing out?
It's up to you. You don't have to. if
I
you
don't need to
want
read it all off. It's in the agenda packet, so I encourage everyone to read it. But I just think it's an important thing. There's about 3.5 million people in the United States that have a seizure disorder. So I really encourage anyone to read it and learn about epilepsy. It's a very important health issue. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Goldberg. The next order of business is work session items, and first up is miscellaneous. Does anyone on council have anything under miscellaneous that they would like to provide? No? Next order of business is old business, baseball fields. Mr. Manager, can you please give us an update, sir?
Yes, Mayor. Good news to report, as I've been reporting the last several council, council meetings, we're moving forward with field renovations. At a couple of different facilities. On or about November 6th, the contractor will be doing and starting renovations to Hawthorne Field, the 90-foot field, as well as Lancer Field. I've been working with the Board of Education as well to relocate sprinkler heads at Hawthorne Park, as well as fencing. So that's working out well. And Lancer Field actually has complete irrigation of the field, which is good news. I didn't think we had the complete facility irrigated, but we do. We'll have to do some minor fence repairs, but that should take, once they start, about 30 days to complete. And tonight in the packet, of course, is the resolution for Athletic Fields of America to move forward with the Teaneck Southern Little League project. I spoke to Athletic Fields today a little bit, just to kind of sort of get a guideline or timeline when they would start. And as long as everything is approved tonight, you're looking at about a 30-day window start time. We'll get together for a pre-con meeting and get everything settled, so that project will move forward as well. So there'll be 3 fields that'll be renovated before the end of the year.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Does anyone have any questions for the manager about that? No, moving on. The next order of business is new business, and I have one quick item that I would like to mention before we move forward. Several weeks ago, I asked the personnel subcommittee to schedule some meetings for interviews because we have some appointments expiring for our advisory boards at the end of December, and we are still trying to figure out when to conduct those interviews. But I wanted our residents to know that that was taking place soon. And thank you, Mr. Clerk, for your help with this and with trying to coordinate the schedule of our council members on the personnel subcommittee. Does anyone else have anything they would like to add under new business? No, let's see. Communications. Anyone have any communications from any of their advisory boards or subcommittees? No. Let's see. Committee reports by council liaisons. Cannabis Subcommittee, Councilwoman Goldberg.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This will just be quick. The Cannabis Subcommittee met with Ron Mondello, the cannabis attorney. Scott Salmon was there, and Keenan Hughes, and then the 3 council subcommittee members. The focus was really on the public subcommittee, which is taking place October 3rd here, so everyone can attend. It is an open meeting. And we discussed the format of the meeting, capping the number of licenses, which are currently now unlimited, suggesting application fees, annual fees, and potential site plan recommendations for the ordinance. It was a very quick meeting, really focusing on the public meeting on the 23rd, which I really encourage everyone to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Does anyone else have anything else? Yes, Ms. Belcher.
Okay, so I just wanted to chime in here. It's not so much a subcommittee update, but just regarding the master plan meetings that we've been having. We've been making some great progress there since that's a planning board document. I just thought I speak to it. The residents have been really great in coming out and supporting the various initiatives. We actually had a meeting for arts and culture segment of our community today. And so we're super excited. I just want to make a brief announcement that the deadline for the survey is the 20th. So I would encourage all residents who would like to have input in the master plan to please complete that survey. It's online, so you can quickly, it takes about 5 minutes to complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Pelches. Anyone else have anything else? Yes, Ms. Organ.
Since we have so many people here and watching tonight, just a heads up to everybody that the library is looking to do a renovation. It should be coming up within the next year or so. There may be some interruptions in service, but it'll be worth it for the new library that we will be getting. There are sponsorship opportunities that will be coming out for anybody who's interested in that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Organ. Anybody else on council? Yes, Deputy Mayor G.
I just want to quickly share the tutoring program that we spoke about last month. They were able to select over 20 tutors who will be tutoring local children at the Rhoda Center. So I'm really excited about that program. If you have middle school children who might be interested in being tutored, reach out and I can put you in touch with Adina, who is running that program.
Thank you, Ms. Chi. Anyone else? No. Moving on to the next order of business. We have 2 council listed items and 2 proposed resolutions. First up, Councilwoman Goldberg. The floor is yours, ma'am.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I wanted to introduce a resolution tonight in light of the horrible terrorist attacks in Israel last 10 days ago. I'm going to read it into the record. Whereas on Saturday, October 7th, while Jews around the world were celebrating Shabbat and the joyous holiday of Shmini Atzeret and Simchat Torah, the terrorist group Hamas staged a surprise attack on Israel by air, land, and sea. Whereas more than 20 communities within the internationally recognized sovereign territory of the state of Israel were systematically attacked. Whereas more than 1,400 Jews have been slaughtered simply because they are Jewish, with those killed including men, women, children, infants, the elderly, including Holocaust survivors. Whereas more than 200 civilians, including American citizens, have been kidnapped and taken into Gaza. Whereas Hamas is a terrorist organization, not freedom fighters, not militants, but terrorists, as designated by the United States State Department and the European Union. Whereas words matter. Whereas the United States and the state of Israel have been allies and partners in their shared values of peace and justice since the United States was the first to recognize Israel as an independent state in 1948. And whereas Article 7 of the Hamas Charter calls for the elimination of the state of Israel and extermination of Jews worldwide. Whereas President Joseph Biden issued a joint statement along with the leaders of France, Germany, Italy, and the United Kingdom stating, quote, "We make clear that the terrorist actions of Hamas have no justification, no legitimacy, and must be universally condemned. There is never any justification for terrorism. In recent days, the world has watched in horror as Hamas terrorists massacred families in their homes, slaughtered over 200 young people enjoying a music festival, kidnapped elderly women, children, and entire families who are now being held hostages. Whereas it was a little more than 80 years ago that 6 million Jews were systematically executed, with millions of those in concentration camps had their bodies burned in ovens by the Nazis during the Holocaust because they were Jewish. Whereas the last time this number of Jews were murdered in a single day was by the Nazis during the Holocaust. Whereas on October 7th, 2023, 2 members of the Township Council of the Township of Teaneck were in Jerusalem with their families celebrating the Jewish holidays when they, their spouses, and children were forced to run to shelters repeatedly for their safety as terrorists launched the barrage of thousands of rockets into Israel. Whereas an ambulance donated to Magen David Adom by a member of this council was attacked by Hamas and its 22-year-old driver was murdered while driving in a properly marked emergency vehicle in an effort to render emergency medical assistance to some of the thousands of wounded Israeli civilians. Whereas thousands of Teaneck residents are currently studying abroad in Israel, living abroad in Israel, or have been called up from Teaneck to defend Israel from terror. Whereas on October 7th, 2023, the township manager sent a statement to residents describing, quote, an unconscionable, appalling attack on Israel by Hamas, who coordinated a massive land, air, and sea assault, killing hundreds of Israelis and injuring 1,000 more, and stating that there is never any justification for terrorism. Whereas on October 13th, Hamas called for an international day of rage against Jews worldwide, and law enforcement at all levels have worked to ensure that all residents were safe and all residents and houses of worship continue to be safe. And whereas the township of Teaneck is a diverse community with a Jewish population of about 40%, including those who are unaffiliated, Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox. Whereas at least 29 Americans have been murdered. Whereas Israel, along with all sovereign nations, has a right to defend itself from attack. Whereas the state of Israel has responded to the attacks with a declaration of war against Hamas. Whereas the terrorist acts of Hamas will result in tremendous loss of life on both sides, and innocent civilian loss should be spared. Whereas Americans, we must stand united firmly in condemning any person or group which espouses such anti-Semitism, racism, hatred, bigotry, and violence, and acknowledge and declare to ourselves and to the world that those who espouse such doctrines are evil and pose a threat to all of humanity. And whereas the collective life experience of Jews show that each time Israel is forced to defend herself, it is universally followed by an increase in anti-Semitic attacks worldwide, with Jews being attacked simply for being Jewish, including in Teaneck. Whereas the Anti-Defamation League has stated that since October 7th, anti-Semitic attacks have increased 488% worldwide. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Teaneck that the Township of Teaneck stands united with Israel, the Jewish community, and all of those affected by these acts of horror. And be it further resolved that the Township stands in solidarity with the people of Israel and extend our condolences for all lives lost in these attacks. Be it further resolved that the Township Council supports Israel's right to defend herself against terrorism. Be it further resolved that the Township Council commends Township Manager Dean Kaczynski for his statement sent to residents. Be it further resolved that the Township Council prays for the safe return of all hostages taken by Hamas. Be it further resolved that the Township Council thanks law enforcement at all levels for continuing to keep our residents safe. Be it further resolved that the Township Council denounces the views espoused by Hamas and their supporters as contrary to the very principles and ideals that we as a nation hold dear. Be it further resolved that we pray for the safe return to Teaneck for all Teaneck residents currently in Israel and for the safety of all former Teaneck residents in Israel who have been and will continue to be impacted by events. Be it further resolved that the Township of Teaneck supports the Teaneck Jewish community and will continue to ensure their continued safety. Be it further resolved that we look forward to a peaceful resolution ensuring the security and safety for all those residing in Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank.
Order, please, order, order. Ms. Goldberg has one more thing she would like to say. She has one more thing she would like to say, and then we have another.
I was going to
resolution.
say I would like to make a motion to move this to the consent agenda.
Second.
All right, Mr. Clerk, we have a first and a second. Please call the roll.
To add Councilwoman Goldberg's resolution that she just read to our consent agenda this evening, that would then be labeling it number resolution. Sorry.
Take your time.
Resolution number 272-2023. That's what this would be listed as. First from Councilwoman Schwartz, second from Mayor Pagan. Councilman Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes.
Councilwoman Organ.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz. Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes.
Added to consent agenda.
And we have another resolution that will be read into the record by Deputy Mayor G. Ma'am, the
Yes.
floor is yours.
And actually, I'm gonna, Councilwoman Belcher and I both co-authored this resolution, so I'll read the first half and she'll read the second. But before I read it, I just want to make it very clear that this resolution does not in any way diminish the resolution that Councilwoman Goldberg just introduced. I plan to support that resolution, and I hope that my fellow council members will support this one as well. I think we can all support both of them. Peace and Unity Resolution. Whereas the Township of Teaneck represents a diverse community with residents from multiple races, ethnicities, and religious groups who may have personal connections to innocent civilians in Israel and Gaza. And whereas there has been an increase in anti-Semitic and Islamophobic threats of violence across the United States and reports of bias incidents in the Township of Teaneck, and after the Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7th, killing over 1,400 people in Israel and taking over 100 innocent civilians as hostages. And whereas anti-Palestinian and anti-Muslim attacks are on the rise, having resulted in the killing of a 6-year-old child in Illinois on October 14th. Whereas, as of October 16th, the ongoing Israel-Hamas war has resulted in the death of at least 2,670 people and wounded at least 9,600 people in Gaza, where more than half the population are women and children. And whereas the actions of the terrorist organization Hamas do not represent the Palestinian people or the entire Muslim community. And whereas the Township of Teaneck desires to facilitate human understanding between community members who may have been impacted by the ongoing Israel-Hamas war.
Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Township Council of the Township of Teaneck has zero tolerance for terrorism, violence, hate crimes, and discrimination of any kind. And be it further resolved, the Township of Teaneck supports all Teaneck residents and values the lives of innocent civilians in both Israel and Gaza. And be it further resolved, the Township of Teaneck supports a humanitarian solution to minimize the loss of innocent lives in the ongoing Israeli-Hamas war and calls for the safe return of all innocent hostages currently in captivity. And be it further resolved that the Township of Teaneck supports the Teaneck Jewish community and the Teaneck Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim community and will work to ensure their continued safety in the wake of increased hate crimes. And be it further resolved, the Township of Teaneck will communicate to our residents without bias and be inclusive of all residents. And be it further resolved, the Township of Teaneck will always stand by Teaneck residents first. And be it further resolved, the Township of Teaneck will work towards bringing the entire Teaneck community together to listen to and to support each other, regardless of religious affiliation or demographic background, in order to reach a place of peace, unity, and healing.
Thank you, thank you. If you could just hold your applause for a second. She has one more thing she wants to say.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move that we add this resolution to the consent agenda.
I second.
Clerk, we have a first and a second.
It will be resolution number 273-2023.
And when can we discuss this? Because I'm not ready to approve bringing this to the council without quite a bit of discussion on that.
Well, you know that according to parliamentary procedure, after a first and a second is made, you're supposed to call the roll, but please feel free to speak.
I have, if we're,
You could,
Yeah, and you could also pull it from the
I'm
consent
going to
agenda
vote
later.
no on the consent agenda if that's the vote now, if it's being discussed. But right now, I'm going to vote no on this for a lot of reasons I have to discuss later.
Mhm.
But that's just my personal opinion. I'm not ready to put this on the consent agenda. Right?
Anyone else? Ms. Organ?
Just that we received this afternoon, and there's language in here I would have liked to work on with the writers. So I would love the opportunity to do that. And I do like the idea of a peace and unity resolution, but with input.
Anyone else before we call the roll? I'm sorry, no outburst from the audience, please.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes,
I
Ms.
just
Goldberg.
want to also say, we just received this this afternoon, and I do have some concerns with some of the language as well. So I would support waiting for, to be able to work on something together for November.
Anyone else? Please bear in mind, there is a first and a second on the floor, so we are supposed to call the roll.
Can I just,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Ms. Belcher.
I just want to say that the very first resolution, I just reviewed it in its totality today as well and voted yes on it.
Anyone else? Ms. G?
I also wanted to share that we were never given the opportunity to provide edits to the first resolution, but because we understand that this is so important to the community members, we approved it anyway, even though we had issues with some of the language as well.
Anyone else before we call the vote? No, Mr. Clerk, please feel free to call the vote.
That was a first from Deputy Mayor G, second by Councilwoman Belcher. Councilman Schwartz,
Not at this time.
Councilwoman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Abstain.
Councilwoman Oregon,
Not at this time.
Deputy Mayor Katz, Deputy Mayor G,
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes. So, Mr. Clerk, it does not,
That was the three yes votes.
it does not get added to the
It needs
consent
four
agenda?
to go on the consent agenda.
All right, so,
It doesn't matter, make it.
Not to the consent agenda.
all right, moving on to the next order of business is our township manager's report. Mr. Kaczynski, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I know I stand between my report and good and welfare, so I'll try to make it fairly quick. Just a couple quick announcements. As the mayor said, the townwide garage sale is set for this weekend. You can go to our website to register, or you can call the clerk's office at 201-837-1600 extension 1025. Again, that's to register for this weekend's garage sale. Leaf season began on October 6th. We have this year, we're doing 4 zones, and then we'll have a fifth floating crew. But each crew in each zone is going to have a tremendous amount of equipment. We're going to bring some extra equipment in as the leaves start falling. So we should have a very successful leaf cleaning season. We're going to bring in 1 or 2 leaf bags from another municipality who will lend them to us. Daylight savings time ends on Sunday, November 5th. Make sure you set your clocks back an hour. And we'll try to reschedule the fireworks before the end of the year. We had to cancel them this weekend because of the weather. We recently conducted our 2022 audit exit interview with Bowman and Associates, the township's auditor. Happy to say that this is the 4th year in a row with no audit findings, but I'm going to work with our department heads on some of these suggestions from our township auditor. The resolution is on tonight. Project updates, the basketball courts are done. The new lockers were recently delivered and installed there. It's a beautiful facility. Our digital signboard was recently installed. Our MIS department received training, and we're going to be posting more material on that board in front of the municipal green very shortly. The Beverly Road Municipal Parking Lot is done. It's been striped, and that's the one by River Road. The 2022 Municipal Roadway Resurfacing Project is all complete. That includes the Brooks Park walking path. The contractor just needs to shore up some minor punch list items. We made modifications to the box culvert at Bell and Beverly Road. They're complete since Zary did that work. That's going to allow a little more water to flow freely from north to south. Sidewalk repairs, we replaced about 85 sidewalks near Voti, Sagamore, Hart Park, Argonne, MLK, and Penn Avenue. The Voti Park North Bathroom and the Voti Park Shade and Shelter projects are out to bid. The return date is October 31st. DPW is going to be conducting tree replacement on Cedar Lane. They're about halfway through. They're removing dead or diseased trees, and we're replacing them, as I reported, with that European hornbeam. It's an excellent tree. It's not going to shed. It's going to grow in the right direction. We also plan on planting another 120 plus trees throughout the municipality before the end of the season. Getting to the master plan, we sent out a little over 16,000 postcards reminding residents to complete the master plan survey. As Councilmember Belcher said, the deadline is October 20th. I think to date, we've received 1,451 responses. So I'd like to see some more residents respond to that survey. East Cedar Lane, I apologize for the inconvenience. We are milling and paving East Cedar Lane between Teaneck Road and Columbus Drive. All the milling was done. The new asphalt should be put down within the next day or two. A couple other things I just want to report quickly. I attended the Bergen County 200 Club Valor Awards dinner, and they recognized 2 of Teaneck's finest, Sergeant Stephen Morena and Officer Andre Ellington, for their heroic actions last year that led to the saving of a life of a disabled woman who was trapped in a fire. And I also had the pleasure of issuing 25-year watches to several members of our police and fire departments for 25 years of service. And they're certainly due their recognition for spending 2.5 decades of service to the town. And from the police department, you had officers Thomas Caruso, Michael Denenza, Arno Peters, Sarah Quant, and Daniel Garcia. And then you had Sergeants Patrick Forrest, William Cronquist, Thomas Finley, Zareta Martinez, and Jeanette Williams. And Lieutenants Jack Garland and Kenneth Egbert from the fire department. You had Chief Jordan Zaretsky. Some of these officers are retired. Deputy Chief Paul Browning, Deputy Chief Michael Weiss, Deputy Chief Joseph Zabierski, Battalion Chief Paul Kearns, Battalion Chief Richard Burchell, Captain Edward Galone, Captain David Barrett, Captain Martin Brown, Lieutenant Martin Roloff, Lieutenant Daniel Pigeoncelli, Lieutenant Brian Chambers, Lieutenant James Hayes, Lieutenant William Fisher, Lieutenant Andrew Wagner, Lieutenant Brian Dolch, Lieutenant Michael Keenan, Lieutenant Timothy Moots, Lieutenant Richard Schroeder, Lieutenant Kristen Murray, firefighter Robert Caccini, firefighter Richard Burke, firefighter Darren McCain, firefighter Robert Mulheim, firefighter John Grado, firefighter Philip Norton, and firefighter Lee Marks. A lot of these members of the fire department are retired. As you can see, we had a high turnover in both the police and fire, and that is primarily due to that buyout the state did some years back, and they've reached this plateau, but we've lost a lot of police and firefighters, and we do have a young staff at both ends. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Our next order of business is the Township Attorney's report. Mr. Salmon, do you have anything for us?
I do. Thank you, Mayor. There are several ordinances being introduced tonight. I'll discuss them at the next meeting where they might be adopted. So the only thing I have tonight, though, is that I want to provide some context and background around Resolution 269-2023. This resolution is being introduced to rescind Special Emergency Directive 01-2020, which was issued by our township manager on June 12th, 2020, toward the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. What the special directive did was supersede certain sections of the township code to allow for expedited procedures for restaurants to utilize outdoor dining on the streets and sidewalks in front of their restaurants. It was issued under the authority of Governor Murphy's Executive Order number 150, which is what declared a state of emergency and a public health emergency. Since that executive order is no longer in effect, the township doesn't have any authority to issue a special directive or to act under a special directive like this. And they can't just abrogate a directive like this can't abrogate the rules and procedures within the township code without formal action by the township council in the form of resolution. So the special direction in practice doesn't really, the special directive doesn't really exist anymore. But so this resolution is just meant to sort of clarify and make it more clear that it no longer has any force or effect. We want to avoid any confusion, since there were a lot of restaurants throughout Teaneck that used the special directive to be able to do this outdoor dining. Restaurants are still going to be able to use outdoor dining. Those that already have applied for and received permission to do it are going to continue to be able to do it. It's not going to actually affect anything on the ground for them, so long as they comply with the township code in chapter 33-18, as well as there's a state statute on the subject, public law 2022, chapter 85. As long as they can continue to comply with those laws, which have been on the books for some time, they're going to be able to continue outdoor dining. So it's not going to change anything for the restaurants. It's just meant to clarify. And I only say that because there are a lot of restaurants that use this, and I could imagine them seeing this and being confused about whether or not they're able to continue their outdoor dining. So that's why I want to provide that context. And with that, that's all I have for tonight, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Salmon. Our next order of business is our public hearing and adoption of ordinances. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the title of the ordinance into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. This evening, we only consider one ordinance. It's ordinance number 35-2023, amending section 36-11.2 of chapter 36 of the Township Code, adding a restricted on-street parking spots for the handicap at 134 Pinewood Place.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The public hearing on this ordinance is now open. Any member of the public wishing to be heard on this ordinance and this ordinance alone can please come forward and state their names for the record. Comments or questions shall be limited to 3 minutes per person.
Just to reiterate what our mayor said for our folks at home on Zoom, this public hearing right now is strictly for ordinance number 35-2023 about handicap parking. Any other matters will be discussed at our general good and welfare, which is followed by this. Again, this hearing is strictly for the ordinance that we just read into the record.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Is there anyone in chambers that wants to talk about this particular ordinance? No? Doug, anyone on Zoom?
I see two hands on Zoom, and I just want to reiterate once more for the sake of everyone's time that this public hearing is strictly for the ordinances just read into the record.
Let's bring them in.
Okay, I am bringing Zariah in. Please state your name for the record.
Zariah, are you there?
Give it a second to connect. It might take a second with all those attendees there. I also have El Hassan. You need to accept the invitation to speak. Again, this public hearing is strictly on the ordinance just read into the record, ordinance 35-2023 about handicap parking.
Is anyone coming in?
El Hassan, you are free to unmute whenever you are ready. Again, this is strictly for the ordinance just read into the record.
Yes, I heard you. My name is Lisa, and I just want to ask you all, how do you sleep at night? Shame on you.
Ma'am, I'm sorry. We're only talking about parking right now.
No,
You can
shame
talk
on
to your good
you.
and welfare about anything you want, but we're only talking about this one parking ordinance. But once it is passed or fails, that's when we are going to open it up to the public to hear what everyone has to say. Is there anyone else on Zoom, Doug? I think you said there might have been one more person.
No, no other hands at this
No?
time.
All right. So this public hearing is closed on this one particular ordinance. Anyone want to make a motion? If not, I will make a motion to approve.
Second.
Mr. Clerk, we have a first and a second.
Councilman Schwartz,
Yes.
Councilman Belcher,
Yes.
Councilman Goldberg,
Yes.
Councilman Organ,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Katz, Deputy Mayor G.
Yes.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes.
Ordinance adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next order of business is good and welfare. Any member of the public wishing to be heard at this time can please come forward and state their names for the record. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes per person, and please let us know whether you live in Teaneck. First, I'm sorry, there's a number of clergy in the room, and I know that clergy might have some prayers services tonight. Is there any member of clergy that would like to speak first? Rabbi?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, town councilors. George Washington, in a letter dated 18th of August, 1790, stated the following: "May the children of the stock of Abraham who dwell in this land continue to merit and enjoy the goodwill of the other inhabitants, while every one shall sit in safety under his own vine and fig tree, and there shall be none to make him afraid. May the Father of all mercies scatter light and not darkness in our paths." On October 7th, 2023, in Israel, the ideal that all people are created equal came under terrible attack. America has given to humankind the example of an enlarged and liberal policy, a policy worthy of imitation. All possess alike liberty of conscience and immunities of citizenship. That's what we all enjoy here. We are so blessed. Terrorism anywhere strips these natural rights from the humanity of which we are all a part. Today, Teaneck reasserts the human dignity that was challenged on that day, October 7th. George Washington understood America to be a beacon of safety that would change the world, where we help one another not to be afraid. We are here for one another. We recommit ourselves to one another and to the vines and fig trees under which we all wish to sit. I commend the council for a resolution that recommits all of us to our ideals, the ideals of our nation's founders. I urge council to unanimously support its passing, as you've already done. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Rabbi. Is there any more? Imam?
I am Saeed Qureshi, a resident of Teaneck for more than 20 years. I have many Jewish friends. We sat on the same table, had food and drink together. When it comes to justice and peace, we are together. But why I am here today? I am here to oppose propagating one side of the story and hide the atrocities and sufferings of the other side. I would like my town to be impartial and unbiased, not taking sides. Do you know that millions of Gaza residents are without water, food, electricity, medicine, blocked by Israel? Is it human? Why the resolution does not mention that? Do you know that a few hours ago, Israel bombed a hospital in Gaza?
Please don't interrupt. Please don't interrupt. Ladies and gentlemen, please don't interrupt. We don't want to interrupt any speakers. Please let him speak. He has 3 minutes. Everyone's going to get an opportunity to speak. Please don't interrupt. Thank you.
That killed more than 500 civilians. Do you know that 15 family members of Imam Katnani from Patterson have been killed in Gaza 4 days ago? All civilians. They did not belong to Hamas. We want our town not to turn a blind eye from these atrocities. I feel the pain of those who have been kidnapped. My sympathies are with them, but I have a question for all of us today. What is the difference between kidnapping and illegal detention of civilians?
Please don't interrupt.
Organization. One is by individual and organizations, and the other is by state sponsors kidnapping. When we talk about Hamas kidnapping our Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel, we should talk about 1,200 Palestinians who have been detained by Israeli forces without any charge and trial. We should talk about 147 minors in Israeli jails. 500 to 700 minors are detained every year. Israel is the only country in the world that automatically and systematically prosecutes children in military courts. When we talk about killing, do you know that Shireen Abu Akhila, a journalist, was killed by Israeli forces for no crime? Do you know that Rachel Corrie, an American activist, was crushed to death? I say again, she was crushed to death on March 16th by armed bulldozers.
I'm sorry, 3 minutes are up, Imam.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Thank you, though, for your comments.
It's done?
Yeah, every resident gets 3 minutes.
Okay. And I would encourage and I would
Please.
ask.
Imam.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir. I'm sorry. We have so many people to speak. Any other members of clergy? Rabbi Friedman?
Good evening to everybody. I wanted to begin my statement in strong support of Councilwoman Goldberg's courageous resolution by first thanking a dear friend, the town manager, Dean Kaczynski, and all of the members of law enforcement, Chief McGurr. I only wish that my ancestors had had friends like you. Imam, and all those gathered here. I speak not only in my own name, as a rabbi, but in the name of my great-grandfather, Mordechai Tzvi Friedman, whose last day on this earth was November the 2nd, 1943, in a hell on earth known as Auschwitz. I also speak in the name of his son and my grandfather, Reuven Friedman, whose name my son carries. As I stood almost 20 years ago looking at the ashes in the crematoria in Auschwitz, I wondered to myself about the presence of my great-grandfather. Where was he in this mix? I wondered to myself what the words "never again" would mean if we ever saw what it was like for the Jewish people not be able to defend themselves. For just one day, and for the first time since the Holocaust, the world saw what that looked like. It was altogether shocking, but actually not surprising, because it looked like what it had always looked like when Jews weren't able to defend themselves. Men, women, children, babies, the elderly were beheaded, burned alive, tortured, raped.
Please don't
and
interrupt.
maimed.
Please don't
If you could just-
interrupt. Please don't
If you could just-
interrupt.
if you could just-
We will not be interrupting you.
If we just hold
Please
the
do not
time, just to
interrupt.
restore the time.
Ma'am, please do not interrupt. We
If
will
we-
not be interrupting you. Please do not interrupt. We will not be interrupting you, so please do not interrupt the speaker. Thank you.
And all of this happened for the world to see, because it was broadcast by the perpetrators, who were very proud of what they had done to torture and murder and kill the Jewish people. I want to thank all of our friends from around the world who came to stand out in solidarity, including the mayor and Deputy Mayor G last Thursday night. We're not going to forget that either. And so what we have to say here tonight is that we can send a message to the world that terror and hatred are not going to prevail. And that indeed, if good people come together, we can overcome the forces of hatred and always stand up to be a force for humanity. Many people have asked me about the innocent people in Gaza, and I say our heart breaks for them as well. So I have a very modest proposal. For Israel to be able to defend itself, I call on Hamas and all those who support them to put on uniforms, to stop firing from hospitals and schools, and to come out and fight soldier to soldier so that no innocent civilians ever need to be harmed. Thank you.
Are there any other members of clergy? Are there any other members of clergy in the room that would like to speak before they have to leave for their prayer services? No, we've had a couple of people speak in the chambers. Now we're going to bring someone in from Zoom. Doug?
Khadija, please unmute whenever you are ready. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes. Please unmute whenever you are ready. You have 3 minutes. State your name for the record.
Hello?
Yes, hi. Please state your name for the record.
Okay.
You're good to go.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Jessica. And ladies and gentlemen, my esteemed guests and fellow citizens and our brothers and sisters that sit there in the council meeting. Today I stand before you with a heavy heart as we grapple with the sobering reality of innocent lives lost in turmoil of conflict. I would like to draw your attention to a matter that is of great concern that involves a resolution involving Councilwoman Goldberg of Teaneck that could potentially exacerbate Islamophobic sentiment and threats a community that does not represent the broader spectrum of the Palestinian community and the Muslim community as well. We find ourselves at a critical junction where the echoes of international conflicts reverberates in our own communities, and it is essential to recognize that resolutions and decisions made by public officials carry weight and influence public opinion. Unfortunately, in some instances, such decisions can contribute to an environment that will create of bias and hostility in Teaneck and throughout the state. Today, as we gather here, our hearts are heavy with the recent tragedies that happened today in Gaza. The last standing Christian hospital and church were struck across, resulting of the loss of more than 600 lives, including over 350 children. This serves as a reminder that conflicts, regardless of their origins, have far-reaching devastating consequences on the most vulnerable among us. It is crucial now more than ever that to approach matters international concerns is a nuisance and insensitivity, linking our community and geopolitical conflicts, especially without proper representation and understanding, and will hurt us and really enforce the stereotype and keep the division among us. And that's not where we stand here in the state of New Jersey. In our pursuit of justice and fairness, let us be mindful of the consequences of your actions and as our public officials and representations, that elections matter. Our responsibility as a society is to foster unity, empathy, and understanding. It is a call to ensure that our policies and resolutions do not make a division and make other sufferings of innocent lives here bear the brutal conflict that's already happening overseas. I really, in conclusion, approach the sensitivity of these matters, and this resolution is very complex in international conflicts, and it should not come here to our state or TNEC itself to make a division and make our children be targets because they represent something that isn't the representation that's happening
you, ma'am.
overseas.
Thank you, ma'am. We appreciate your comments. Next, someone from Chambers, Dr. Pruitt.
I'm happy to see Ellie and Mark and their families return home safely. In my 89 years, I've traveled the world extensively, including a trip to Israel. Everywhere I go, I refer to my town, Teaneck, as an oasis of human understanding. Hamas needs to be repudiated relative to their horrible action in the past week. What we do here tonight will have no impact on that war. What we do here tonight will have no impact on that war. A misstep on the part of the Teaneck Township Council 2023 could have an enormous impact on the Teaneck Township. We must do two things. Amend Hillary's letter to show concern for the civilians, Jewish and Muslim, on both sides of the issue. The second thing is to table a vote tonight, set up a council subcommittee to meet with the Jewish leadership and the Muslim leadership in this township in an effort to determine the best way to go forward, and then bring the resolutions back to the company.
Thank you, Dr. Pruitt. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Bringing in A. Grodko. Bringing in A. Grodko. You need to accept the invitation. Please unmute when you are ready and state your name for the record. Please state your name for the record. A. Grodko, you're free to unmute. Please state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm Elisa Grodko. I've been a Teaneck resident for over 25 years. And I just wanted to call and show my support and appreciation for the council in naming terror what it is. As a Jewish person, it's nice to see that I have a council that is not afraid to call out terrorism and to support people who are victims. My heart does go out to every single person that is involved in this war. I am a Teaneck resident, and with the passing of this resolution, I in no way think any of my neighbors are a terrorist organization. The resolution does not say that they are, and I will continue to have good, working, peaceful relationships with my neighbors. No matter what religion they are or what they practice. And again, I just wanted to thank you again for noticing and appreciating the hurt that's going through the Jewish community right now. And a lot of us have a lot of family in Israel. And again, thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, ma'am. Someone on this side, ma'am? Yes, you, ma'am.
I appreciate being recognized. I'll not take 3 minutes. My name is Susan Dworkin Cuss, and I'm a resident of Teaneck for over 22 years. And I just want to simply say, to reiterate what Rabbi Friedman said, our heart do bleed for the innocent Palestinians who are suffering now. But I noticed something very important in the resolution that I want to thank the author of. She did not say Palestinians. She said Hamas. And that needs to be the distinction. And we would appreciate if our Palestinian friends and neighbors would appreciate that distinction. We have nothing against Palestinians. If you notice, the Hamas message, the Hamas emblem is a fist. The Hamas manifesto wants to destroy all Jews. I pray and I hope and I believe Palestinians don't feel that way. And I feel very bad for the Palestinians who are under the gun and are being tortured and controlled by Hamas. The stories we hear that they cannot leave because Hamas doesn't let them. The money that's been given to them over the years to make their lives better has been invested in tunnels and guns. And they don't have enough food. They don't have enough buildings. They don't have enough place to live. They're packed in places. We bleed for them. We really do. And we say that we feel sorry for the Palestinians who are being killed now, men, women, and children. I beg some Palestinian to come up and say to me, we bleed and hurt for the Jews that were killed. I have yet to hear that. Signs say that Netanyahu has blood on his hands. It's possible. I don't need to necessarily support Netanyahu, but I need to support my people. I need to not. I am a child of Holocaust survivors. This has brought back the scenes of the Holocaust to all of us. Where are my Palestinian neighbors who say, please don't think it's us? We would not do that to other people. Where are they? That's all I want to know. Where are they?
Please don't interrupt her. Please don't interrupt her. Please don't interrupt her. Thank you. Doug, someone on Zoom, please.
Emma Horowitz, bring in Emma Horowitz, please unmute, state your name for the record. Unmute whenever you're ready, Emma.
Good evening. Emma Horowitz, Teaneck resident and proud Jew. In the 10 days since the atrocities in southern Israel, Teaneck residents have been at their best and their worst. Some of our best people have been working around the clock for relief efforts, comforting mourners, standing in solidarity, and praying for a speedy resolution to the war. Our township manager, Dean Kaczynski, immediately sent a statement condemning terror and supporting the town's Jewish residents. The Teaneck police and the sheriff's office made it possible for us to come together to pray and cry as a community last Thursday, and I appreciate everyone of all faiths who came to that event, as well as those who guarded us. Our law enforcement officers provided a sense of security for Jewish families who were under threat last Friday. It was not the first time we've been afraid to send our children to school due to the threat of radical Islamic terrorism, and it won't be the last, but their support means the world. Thank you. I have also seen the worst. Township residents have publicly justified terror both on the street and on social media. They have said that Israel had it coming. One woman said, "Why did Jews always complain and play victim?" and further characterized the atrocities of October 7th as Palestinians defending themselves. People publicly debated whether the babies Hamas murdered were beheaded or just burned alive, with the same flippant attitude as if they were debating the Giants versus the Jets. Cries of Free Palestine have replaced condolences, and some have called Jewish residents baby killers, apparently unaware of the irony of such a label. The superintendent of the Teaneck Public Schools signed off on a statement calling the atrocities, among other things, an unfortunate situation. Others conceptualized a so-called interfaith peace rally about a situation in Israel that intentionally excluded Jews and opposed Ms. Goldberg's resolution that was before you tonight. Even the atrocities of October 7th are not enough to awaken some people's sympathies. It would be easy to be disheartened. People in my community have told me that they are crying every day, and I cry every single day, often more than once. The news keeps getting worse. Many of us no longer greet each other with the usual, "How are you?" because there is no answer. We know how we are. We are trying to help each other, and we could use the support of the greater community. Instead, we are told that condemning barbaric terrorism is quote unquote politics, and that it is offensive to Muslims, which I simply cannot accept. I cannot accept that criticism of the worst of humanity is offensive to Muslims in Teaneck. There are reasons to feel hopeless, but thanks to this resolution, I believe there is hope. The resolution names Hamas as a terrorist group, references the United States allyship with Israel, articulates the atrocities, and articulates the effects on Teaneck's own Jewish community. Thank you, Ms. Goldberg, for this resolution, and thank you to our town council for voting for it. The message it sends is hope to Teaneck's Jews and those of different faiths who are equally horrified by the events of October 7th. If I had the time, I would ask for a moment of silence for the hostages, the over 1,300 Israelis killed on October 7th, and all of the innocent people of any background, religion, or faith who have fallen victim to Hamas, including those from Islamic Jihad at the hospital today.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Horowitz. Thank you, Ms. Horowitz. I think I see the president of the Bergen County NAACP, Jeff Carter. Are you there, sir? I saw you raise your hand. 3 minutes, sir. The floor is yours.
Good evening, Teaneck Council and Teaneck residents. Guess I should start by taking off my hat. One, thank you for letting me speak. I'm the president of the Bergen County NAACP. I'm also an executive state board member and represent the North Jersey representative for the state conference. I come in an unfortunate situation. We know what has happened. As Martin Luther King said, we need love, not hate. I liked what a number of residents listening said. Words matter. As an African-American who has suffered, and the NAACP has had a lot of issues over the years that I think we all know about, we need to come together. But words matter. I liked what Dr. Pruitt said about when you're in a rage and everybody is uptight, take a step back and think about the consequences of the words that are in the resolution and what they have on both sides. We don't need any violence to be incited. We need compassion. Anybody who it was killed should not have been killed. The U.S. and the NAACP stand behind Israel. We stand that Hamas is a terrorist organization and should be eliminated. But we also say that they're Palestinians who are good people also, and are caught up in suffering because of what has happened. So I ask everybody to think about what's going on. I have 70 towns in my county here, and just be careful outside. It's nice to see a peaceful march, or not march, but on both sides, it needs to stay peaceful. But you all have been a great town for a number of years, and just please understand that your words do matter. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Zaria, please unmute whenever you are ready.
And just a reminder to everyone, we're going in person, Zoom, in person, Zoom, in person, Zoom.
Please
to be as
state
fair
your
as
name for
possible.
the record.
Hi, good evening. My name is Dr. Zahira Khan, and I'm a New Jersey resident. And I came in this thinking that, I want to be peaceful, but with all the hate that I'm hearing, I cannot be on that one side. I can't be on those both sides anymore. I need to be on the side of the Palestinians, and I need to speak against Ms. Goldberg. The resolution that you wrote is despicable, is unbelievably despicable. Now I'm going to tell you the Palestinian side. Israel committed unthinkable
Please, so we can
atrocities
hear
like
him.
bombing a hospital, killing over 500 civilians. IDF killed journalist Shireen Abu Akleh and denied it for months. Then
Can you turn this up
after
so we can
the
hear him?
news cycle moved on, they admitted that they shot her in the head. Nikki Haley said, finish them. What if she spoke about Israelis? Jordan Peterson said, give them hell. What if he was talking about Israelis? 1,000 Palestinian children have been murdered by Israelis. What if it was 1,000 Jewish children? A Palestinian father carried his—
Please don't
his-
interrupt. Please let her speak. Please let her speak.
A Palestinian father carried his child in pieces today, in 2 body bags in pieces. What if it was a Jewish father? Can you have imagine that? But you can't imagine a Palestinian father go through that. A mother cried in the streets, not that her children were dead. She cried that they didn't eat. That's what she cried for. I'm a mother and I can't watch this anymore. And I can't listen to you taking only one side. You can talk all that you want. This is incorrect. This is not human. This is unhuman. You are dehumanizing Palestinians and you are segregating all the people in Teaneck today. I am a psychologist. The UN has said specifically that because of this silent harm and psychological trauma that may not be immediately apparent, resulting from the erosion of economic, social, and cultural rights. These debilitating processes have severe short and long-term consequences and must be urgently addressed. And you're ignoring this also, the UN, that is all over the world, and you, Teaneck, is ignoring this. Can you believe that? Can you even fathom that you are ignoring the entire world? United Nations is telling you that, hey, Palestinians are suffering, and you are purposely ignoring it. You are dehumanizing the Muslim community, dehumanizing them, segregating them from everyone else. And you talk about being on the Jewish side. Well, you know what? That is not Jewish either, because no Jewish person stands for hate. No Jewish person wants to kill Muslims. No Jewish person wants to make this world a hateful place for their children. They don't want to do that. Neither do Muslims. But you sitting on the council are doing it. You sitting on the council are separating people. You sitting on the council are creating hate. You sitting on the council are creating Islamophobia. You sitting on the council are creating anti-Semitism. You sitting on the council are dividing everybody. Stop this division.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. El Karyani.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, good evening. Yassine Karyani, Teaneck. On October 7th, once I heard about what happened, the first thing I did is I texted my friend Eli Wykes to check on his safety. And the moment I read Mr. Kaczynski's statement, I sent a message to my friend Mark Schwartz to check on him and pray for his safety. All right, I'll tell it. I condemn Hamas's attacks on civilians, their kidnapping, all these things that you want to condemn. I'll join you. I condemn. No problem at all. And I'm hurt. I check a few boxes. I'm Muslim, I'm Arab, I'm Moroccan. I'm hurt. And I know that 4 of you here are hurt in an exponential way. I can't claim that I understand what you do. I can't claim I feel what you feel, but I'm hurt. But I can tell you that your pain tonight is preventing you from leading a municipality of over 40,000 people. Rabbi, your fig tree tonight is tribal. It has Jews in it. That's great. Congratulations. But what happened tonight is that this resolution, especially that the second one is not even allowed to be discussed, what it does is it keeps Muslim civilians out of that fig tree. I often hear that all communities must have a seat at the table. Ms. Goldberg, tonight, the Muslim community is not at your table. You have put the Muslim community on the menu, and then you're telling us, let's read the menu, and then we're going to defer your pain, and that is not acceptable to me. And what you have also said, tonight is that your safety, Yassine, and the safety of your likes and the grieving of those who are your likes, who are also dead civilians, is not urgent. You're putting us in classes. Our communities do not understand each other. The Muslims of Teaneck or anywhere do not understand what goes in the mind of Jewish people. And nobody in the Jewish community is going to understand what goes in the mind of Muslim people. It's a fact. But what you have allowed yourself to do right now is to exacerbate the pain that everybody is going through. A lot of people are going to lose friends tonight. You're not leading tonight. You are showing complete disregard to my community. And then, you know what? I'm not going to say like one of the speakers said, my people. I'm going to say all people, but you're failing to do that tonight. Shame on you.
Thank you, Mr. Karyani. Doug, do you have someone on Zoom to bring in?
Jesse Leon, please unmute Jesse Leon. 3 minutes.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, my name is Jesse Leon. I'm a Teaneck resident for about 6.5, 7 years now. I wanted to make public some praise that I had for the town manager privately. I think that any praise worth saying quietly is worth saying loudly. I really appreciated the statement that Dean Kaczynski made in the immediate aftermath of the attacks on October 7th. It was really comforting to me as a Jewish member of the community of Teaneck to see that my township cared about my well-being and the well-being of people who I consider my family. I'm sad. I'm sad by everything that's been happening. I'm sad by the division that we see in our town. I try, you know, speaking to what Mr. Karyani said, I try to understand what my Muslim neighbors think and what they feel. I studied Islamic history in college. I care about world events and I care about local events, obviously, from how you all know me. I commend the resolution that passed, and I also mourn the fact that the second resolution wasn't properly discussed yet and wasn't passed. I think that a message of peace and unity is helpful. It's certainly helpful to bring unity to the table before that happens, I think. And I really hope that tonight, maybe you guys can take the time to bang that out. I think that you're going to be sitting here all night. You have hundreds of people physically there and just as many or more watching on Zoom. I hope that you can be a beacon to the community when we're all hurting for various legitimate reasons. I just want to close on the fact that one of the reasons that I'm hurting, so I hope to explain the Jewish mindset for some of my Muslim neighbors, is that from the moment that I heard about these terrorist attacks, I knew that the response would be that Jewish death is complicated, whereas other people's death is not. Other people's death is clear and is condemnable. But when there's Jewish death, there's equivocation and there's rationalization, and the terrible, disgusting things that happened to my cousins, not my literal cousins, but my figurative cousins in Israel, my brothers and sisters, children, old people, innocent people who were attending a concert for peace. It breaks my heart that people can't look at that and say, this is 100% wrong. We can talk about the other wrongs that are committed in all sorts of ways tomorrow after we give you a metaphorical hug. So you know, I hope that you all can see that sometimes each community needs its metaphorical hug, and I'm happy to come give a metaphorical and physical hug to Palestinian members of the community who are hurting because of the victimization that they suffer from Hamas and from Palestinian Islamic Jihad, who were responsible for the hospital that was bombed today. Thank you.
Joseph Kaplan. I've been a resident of Teaneck for 39 years. I'd like to commend the town manager, It showed true leadership. It showed care and sensitivity for the members of the Teaneck community. I'm proud that you're our town manager. I'd like to commend the mayor for his prompt statement condemning evil, for his showing of care and concern for all the residents of Teaneck. I'm proud that you're our mayor. I'd like to commend Councilwoman Goldberg, not only for her drafting this resolution, but for the courage that she has shown in providing leadership and drafting it. I'm proud that you're a council member. I'm proud that I can call you my friend. I'd like to urge the passing of this resolution. It's imperative that evil be condemned unequivocally. The Middle East situation is very complex. And I understand that there are two stories in the Middle East situation. And a few weeks ago, we could have had a dialogue about those two stories. And in a few weeks, hopefully, or maybe a few months, hopefully, we can have a dialogue about those two stories. But this week, this terrible, horrible week, where we saw the most outrageous atrocities since the Shoah, this week, there's only one story. And that story is a condemnation of Hamas and a support for the innocent Israeli victims of terror and a support for the Jewish community in Teaneck that is grieving, and each and every member of the Jewish community, and probably beyond the Jewish community, but each and every member of the Jewish community is grieving, knows someone who has been killed, who has been kidnapped, who has been injured. Frankly, if it would help my Muslim neighbors, if it would help my good friend Yassin, I would support the passing of the second resolution in conjunction with the first resolution. But what is most important is to condemn the violence, the terror that has happened. That's what this resolution does, and I urge that it be passed.
Ayolet Hirschkorn, please unmute. You have 3 minutes whenever you are ready.
Good evening to my township fellow residents. My name is Ayelet Hirschkorn, and I come before you today as a proud Jew and as a proud longtime Teaneck resident. For many years, I've been extraordinarily happy and really boastful of the fact that Teaneck is extraordinarily diverse, that my children get to play and get to do many wonderful things with different faiths, with different cultures, and learn from each other. However, after the events of October 7th, I felt extraordinarily alone. I felt that despite the fact that during the past decade, me and my fellow Jewish members have stood with the Teaneck community, have stood against hate, have marched down Cedar Lane, have promoted love and kindness and tolerance, the Teaneck community was silent when it came to October 7th. And when I refer to the Teaneck community, I'm not referring to Township Manager Dean Kaczynski or our mayor. I am referring to our Muslim brethren who are sitting and standing outside the town council today. Where were you and why were you silent when we expressed pain, when we needed comfort? We were there for you, but yet you left us alone. You left us hurting. I commend Councilwoman Goldberg for her brave and honest resolution tonight, as well as the other council members for passing it. It is the first time that I and many of my Jewish members feel that someone's finally understanding our pain. And I encourage all the Teaneck residents to reach out to their Jewish neighbors, to give them a hug, to tell them that they feel what they're going through and that they understand and they support the incredible sorrow that is undergoing them. It is only with that understanding and reaching out to our fellow neighbors that Teaneck will truly be a place where hatred is not allowed. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Aziz Usmani, and I'm a resident of Teaneck for over 24 years. Today, when I came here, I basically wanted to talk about humanity. And that word, sorry to say, I didn't hear from anyone from both sides. This is a shame. Humanity should be number one. We are human first, Jewish and Muslims later. How come anyone can say killing these people are okay, killing these people are not okay. How could you do that? And Miss Hillary, I voted for you. And you have really made me sorry that I voted for you. Never again. You have shown callous and hatred. What Teaneck Township Council should have done is to unite people together, not tear them apart. We are human first. Start looking at people as humans. See the sufferings of Palestinians, see the sufferings of the Jewish people. And to tell my sister over there, listen, I am crying for both. To me, they're all human. Once we start to demonize and lower someone's humanity, what we are left with? We're left with hate, killing. This is what council is about. This is why you are elected. I think your job is to put people together, not to tear them apart, not with that hateful resolution. What's wrong with the unity resolution? Why didn't you say yes to that? And I question all of you to, when you go to your bed tonight, before you sleep, think about it. You had a chance to bring people together, not tear them apart. This is really, really sad. I am very emotional. I wish I was not. I feel that instead of saying my people, we should be saying my human. Anyone, regardless of religion or caste or creed or nationality, is a human first. Start thinking about people, not put labels, Palestinian, Hamas, Jewish, whatever. Don't do that. Don't label people. Don't label people. Okay. I would just like to say this. We should look at people's humanity, not their religion, color, creed, nationality. That's all. Thank you.
Farhana, please unmute. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hello, ladies and gentlemen and fellow council people. I stand here with a distressed heart, heartbroken, seeing the plight of innocent civilians. I hope to shed some light on the situation that may have gone unmentioned in the previous statements. When people tell me Israel has a right to defend itself, I ask, against who? Hamas, the Palestinian Authority, or innocent Gazan children? As of right now, the death toll of Palestinian children from IDF airstrikes have exceeded 1,000. Let that sink in. 1,000 children with dreams, hopes, mothers, fathers, and friends, all just like you and me, had their lives stolen from them brutally in a moment's warning, no warning, for no crime of their own doing. This horrific number, of course, is not a surprise, considering that Gaza is 50% under the age of 18. So I ask them, when innocent Palestinian children are killed from white phosphorus airstrikes, a war crime under international law, who exactly is Israel defending itself against? When normal, regular Palestinian families, desperately fleeing for their lives to South Gaza, are bombed on routes that Israel designated safe for evacuation, who is Israel defending itself against? When young Palestinian boys and girls are cut off from electricity, water, and food, a war crime, leaving them starving and traumatized. And then Israel threatens to bomb trucks carrying humanitarian aid, food and water and medicine. Who then is Israel defending itself against? When Palestinian men and women are still trapped under rubble, claustrophobic and in pain, and then Israel continues to airstrike Gaza, remind me again, who is Israel defending itself against? This vague, shallow, trite usage of the ever-parroted phrase has only ever removed context, removed knowledge, and perpetuated the false narrative that what Israel is doing right now is just defending itself against Hamas. This narrative only serves to reinforce apartheid, reinforce the killing of innocent civilians, and reinforce war crimes. Reputable international organizations such as Human Rights Watch, the UN, and Amnesty has condemned Israel's onslaught against civilians and designated it a war crime. Despite the seeming consensus of all of these international organizations, somehow this council is still lagging behind. Somehow we continue to perpetuate the false narrative of Israel defending itself, leading to the death of scores of Palestinian children. I call for an acknowledgement of the same truth that nearly every international human rights organization has agreed upon: Israeli war crimes. I call for a clear condemnation of these atrocities. I call for action. As of right now, about 3,000 Palestinians have been killed in the massacres.
Thank you, Miss. Thank you,
Silence
ma'am.
at this moment is lethal.
Thank you, ma'am. That's 3 minutes. Thank you for your time. Maxine Angel.
Good evening. My name is Maxine Angel. I live in Teaneck. I'm very proud to be a resident here with my husband, and we're blessed with 4 wonderful children. I want to thank all of you here on council for your commitment to our community, to our growth, and I want to thank our law enforcement who have committed themselves to protecting and defending our Constitution, which protects all of us here in Teaneck. And look at these amazing people who put their lives on the line for us, for all of us, so we can get up here and speak to our communities. And to the ones who are outside protecting people so that they can gather. And unfortunately, we have some people calling for the deaths of certain Teaneck residents outside. I heard it with my own ears. It's outside. It's my turn with the floor. Thank you. I regret very much I did not vote for Hillary Goldberg. And boy, do I wish I had. I hope to fix that mistake on the next election. Look at this brave woman. Now, Teaneck didn't start on October 7th. Before October 7th, there were a lot of problems in Teaneck, which we really need to confront. And one of those huge problems that I've come up and spoken from this dais about before is anti-Semitism that has nothing to do with what has happened October 7th and since. We're all now experts on international politics and war and everything else, from supply chains to logistics. And wow, it's really impressive to hear everybody speak like they know exactly what they're talking about. But a little closer to home in Teaneck, that's where we should be looking around. And Hillary Goldberg hit it out of the park. I'm a huge baseball fan, like our wonderful mayor, Mr. Kaczynski. Thank you. We have to confront a lot of things that are problems in Teaneck. When little boys can't walk down the street without being harassed for being Jewish. And it's interesting to hear that people keep saying that they're concerned about perpetuating negative stereotypes. The little boy I'm talking about who gets harassed for being Jewish on the street is my son. And this happened in our town at the hands of a much older boy. And believe me, my son's fine, in case you're worried. Thank God, he's a tough kid. But these are problems that are happening. And how about our students in the schools? How about the Jewish kids in the schools? What are they dealing with? The kids in the public schools, the kids that we pay to send to be educated with a civic education in this great country. Who's talking about them? So we're talking about things overseas. We should be focusing at home, and we should be looking a little bit further before October 7th and addressing those issues. Thank you.
Miss Angel.
Bless you all.
Doug, someone on Zoom?
Pariah, please unmute. Please unmute whenever you're ready, and please state your name for the record.
Okay, my name is Huriba Gusra, and I'm a resident of Teaneck. I'm a student, and I'm speaking to you against the resolution which is in support of the state of Israel that is before you. This bill holds a huge impact that no person will be able to imagine in our diverse community, and it won't only impact me, it'll impact everyone. You are dividing a beautifully diverse community here in our town of Teaneck. Muslims and Jews have lived in perfect camaraderie even when even when this war broke out
Can we
10
please have
days ago.
silence in the chambers, please, so that we can hear her, please? Sorry, please continue.
Till this resolution, whose only objective is to make the Jewish voice stronger, but you are failing to recognize other constituents such as the Christian and Jewish and Muslims who have a different point of view. We don't support a war. We are horrified at the humanitarian catastrophe in the name of foreign policy. We were yelled before we came to the meeting today, we were yelled at by Jewish people. We were told so many slurs. And in contrast, I would be happy if this resolution would be changed. The hate toward us has already started. It's only been 10 days. How far will you let this go? I'm happy to support the resolution for peace and unity that is kind and merciful and sensitive to the needs of a community in Teaneck that is right now hurting and grieving. You are our elected council members, and as a group, we believe that you would safeguard our own rights as citizens of this township. However, through this bill, you have disappointed us. So we ask you to do the right thing to spread peace, not hate. Hate has no home in Teaneck. And as youth of this town, we will make sure you deliver unity and love. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman in the back.
Hello. First of all,
Your name for the record, sir, please.
oh, my name is Sam Pasner. I have been a resident of Teaneck for 17 of my 18 years. First of all, I am saddened, not remotely the saddest thing about any of this, but I am still slightly saddened by the fact that there have been frequent interruptions of all of these speeches, that we cannot even be respectful and engage in solidarity while we are trying to form communal opinions. Now, I will get into my speech. Last year, I graduated high school. Many of my fellow graduates were on gap years and are on gap years in Israel right now. In fact, I would be too if it weren't for a coincidental delay in the program. My cousin, a former resident of Teaneck, is in the IDF right now and is preparing to defend himself and his family. We need, again,
Please don't interrupt. We're not going to interrupt you, so please don't interrupt.
Did not hear what I said about interruptions. Thank you. It's so sad that we can't have a respectful discussion on this. We have to stand in favor of all of the innocents and the Teaneck residents who are just there because they're living there, they're studying there, and they are our community members and who are engaged in an attack. I was asked to wield and show this sign and to talk about the victims who were kidnapped. It has been said that there are people on both sides who have been kidnapped and killed. And I agree. Hamas is responsible for all of it, all of the deaths, for the Jewish deaths, as well as the Palestinian deaths. And that is why, for both sides, for the Muslims, for all the members of our community, we must condemn them. That is why I'm speaking in favor of this resolution. However, I would also like to say that I am saddened by the council's rejection of even being willing to consider the other resolution. We have to stand for community. We have to stand against bias. We do have to stand against Islamophobia as well as anti-Semitism. So I do not think that you can wait to take decisive action on standing against bias. I'm so grateful for Councilmember Belcher and G's resolution. I'm so grateful for Councilmember Goldberg's resolution. I wish that we all can stand together, and I hope that the council members can pass both resolutions quickly and surely and do it as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Addy, please feel free to unmute. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, hello. My name is Adi Ben Meir. I'm a resident of Bergen County, and I wanted to speak to what Mrs. Zahira said earlier, and for the other lady that asked who Israel is fighting against. And first, I want to correct Mrs. Zahira about the hospital, about the very, very unfortunate and terrible event that happened today, that the hospital in Gaza was hit. But all the evidence show that this was not an act of IDF. All the evidences show that this was a launch done by the Islamic Jihad, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, a failed launch that came back and hit the hospital. It was not an Israel or IDF action. Second, to the question of who Israel is fighting against, Israel is fighting only against Hamas, only against the Islamic extremists who are trying to annihilate Israel. The only reason why civilians are being hurt in Gaza and die in Gaza is because Hamas is hiding behind and under civilians. Hamas is not in military camps. They put their weapons and ammunitions and themselves in tunnels, under hospitals, under streets, under schools, and under civilian facilities. And this is the only reason, and this has always been the only reason why civilians are being killed in Gaza every time Israel has to fight back. Just like the United States did not go after Iraqis, it went after ISIS and Al-Qaeda. Israel has nothing against the Palestinians who are peaceful. Just like Israel had nothing against the Romans 2,000 years ago, I'm sorry, the Jewish people did not have anything against the Romans 2,000 years ago or against the Germans 90 years ago. Israel has nothing against the Palestinians or any of the peaceful civilians around it. It has a lot against its enemies, those who are trying to eliminate the Jewish people. And this is what Israel is after now. Only Hamas. And again, if Hamas stops hiding under and behind civilians, then there will be barely casualties, because Israel, unlike what the other lady said earlier, is warning. And I think that IDF is the only military in the world that warns civilians before hitting and doing airstrikes. And again, Israel is only after Hamas. And yes, we should separate between Hamas and all of our neighbors here in Teaneck and in the Middle East who are very peaceful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Young lady in the front, in the aisle seat.
Hello. My name is Amatullah Suleiman, and I am a 16-year-old girl. A 16-year-old student, daughter, sister, niece, cousin, and friend. I still feel so young and have so much I look forward to. Going to college, meeting new people, even traveling around the world. However, probably the biggest thing I will ever look forward to in my life is my brothers and sisters in Palestine having the ability to dream of something besides living another day, or at this point, praying that their life will be taken instead of their families. Your life is over even before you've been born in Gaza. If you even make it out of your mother's womb without her being killed, you are then subjected to a life of imprisonment. Dreaming of being able to leave the 25 miles that is the Gaza Strip, let alone traveling the world, is a fantasy. I understand that many call this a controversial issue, but I counter by asking if it truly is. And to the people who claim that Israel's actions are in self-defense, I ask you, is Nabih Saleh, a 2-year-old Palestinian toddler trying to escape the border, being shot by an IDF member, Israeli defense soldier, self-defense, while he was trying to go escape the border, he's being shot, a 2-year-old toddler. I just want to repeat. I do not see it as such. I see it as cold-blooded murder. I understand how hard this is to understand with current US media coverage. I mean, at this point, who can you believe? I would be confused as well if this wasn't so personal to me. Just last week, one of my closest friends' aunt and 5 cousins were killed. Monday, 15 of my teacher's immediate family was killed. Tuesday, my friend's mother, father, and grandmother were enclosed in their own town. However, it is unbelievable to think that this is just a drop in the bucket of the daily torture of the Palestinian people. This issue has not only affected me emotionally, but now has the possibility to cause me physical harm. Something I never thought I would have to fear living in the US. But when a 30-year-old Muslim hijabi woman, Lillian Zamlout, who was walking on the sidewalk, is murdered in a hit and run just next to us, by the way, in Woodland Park, New Jersey. And when a 6-year-old Palestinian boy in Chicago is killed and mother is on the verge of death because of an Islamophobic landlord who decided that political issues permit murder, Yes, the safety of myself, friends, and family comes to mind, something I'm afraid this resolution in Teaneck could threaten. This resolution symbolizes more than just showing support of supposed unprovoked self-defense, but also opens the door to more Islamophobic hate crimes to take place because some very confused people see it as normalized and even supported. Together, we can rewrite the narrative of fear into a story of hope, compassion, and unity. The time for change is now, and the power to make that change lies within each and every one of us. However, a resolution such as this hinders the path towards a present and future of unity, something I know we all hope and pray for. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Doug.
Rena, please unmute whenever you are ready. Rena, on Zoom.
Hello. Okay, first I want to say is, can I start now?
Yes, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you. First, I want to say hello and how's everybody doing? I want to say salam alaikum to all my Muslim brothers and sisters. I want to talk about the resolution that Councilman Goldberg preached about. That I just want to state that she's very biased, Islamophobic, and anti-Palestinian. Okay, thank God I didn't vote for you. I lived in Teaneck for 15 years. Alhamdulillah, I did not vote for you. Okay, I heard a lot of people talk about the terrorist attack that the Hamas has committed, but nobody's talking about the terrorist attack that IDF has committed to the Palestinians. Palestine has been under occupation for over 70 years. Over 70 years. The IDF has been killing the Palestinians for over 70 years. Think about that. Since October 7th, 2,750 Palestinians were killed. 9,700 were wounded. When the rabbi came and on the panel and mentioned the babies, I'm sorry, that was false. That's all fabrication. Let's talk about the guy that the IDF, 16 IDF soldiers kidnapped, blindfolded, brutally beaten, and embedded the Star of David on his cheek. Israel has broken 28 United Nations laws. Why are you not condemning Israel and the IDF for their actions? As a group, I've all heard all the pro-Palestinians and the Muslims speak as a group, as us, as we, and talk about humanity. But the Zionists, you guys are speaking about me and my people. What about your people? Are we not all one? And Teaneck residents? Shouldn't we try to live together? But it seems like you guys are coming off in a biased state. Very anti-Palestinian and very much Islamophobic. All I have to say that after is free Palestine, and it'll always be a free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Yes.
Valerie Levin, Teaneck resident for 18 years. I'd like to thank again the town council for their service. It certainly isn't easy being up there and staying until late hours. Of course, big fan of the clerk's office. Love you guys. I want to thank Councilwoman Goldberg for her resolution. We certainly have not agreed on other issues before, and possibly in a few days we won't be agreeing on them again. But I just want to thank you for putting that forth. I am saddened and horrified by the events in Israel that started on October 7th. I'm glad that the resolution condemning the Hamas government passed. There is a question that it passed to the consent agenda. I think a number of people here want to know what the consent agenda is and what the implications for that are on the resolution. Maybe the council can answer that later. Doing the easy thing isn't always right. Doing the right thing isn't always easy. And I just want to acknowledge that. I also want to thank all of our safety officers for keeping us safe tonight. I'm looking forward to going to sleep in my own bed tonight, hopefully before midnight. We'll see. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Michael Klatsky, please unmute.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I just first want to start out by appreciating the work that the clerk does. I do echo that the previous speaker give a shout out to the clerk's office. I think that you have one of the toughest jobs here to actually record everyone's statements here and, for posterity so that people in 50 years from now can go and quote us. But what I want to talk about tonight, I think is, obviously our community at large is feeling a lot of pain. I think that the Jewish community is feeling a lot of pain. They're feeling like they are being ignored by their neighbors. They feel like that the pain that they're feeling has been simply it's come a matter of course. It's basically something happens, everyone just kind of goes out there their day, and they don't even say anything. They don't even care. They don't care about that. Everyone's been triggered. When other communities are triggered, everyone runs, and they run to help them find a safe space, feel comfortable, feel happy, feel good again. In this particular case, I don't think that happened. I think that this was a very traumatic experience, and many Jews in the United States, they fled the Russian Empire in the early 1900s to escape this very sort of attack. And this is a triggering event. And I think that the fact that pretty much no one has come and said that, are you guys okay? I think that's a big deal for us. And that's why so many Jewish people in this community are so upset. And I think this is an important educational moment, I think, for everyone. I think that too, and I want to say this to all of our Muslim neighbors, all of our Arab neighbors, whether you're Christian or Muslim or not. I think that every single person in the Jewish community, and I don't speak for all of them, but I think that all of them, when they see they'll go watch CNN, they'll watch MSNBC or Fox News or one of the other big networks that shows things that are terrible. Wars are terrible. When we see people dying, we cry. We wish this wouldn't have to happen. Well, all we think about is that every single time that the Palestinian leadership has rejected every single peace deal that the Israeli government has offered. They've offered pretty much everything that the Palestinians have always ever asked for, but the Palestinians have said no for years and years, starting in 1947 till 2023. Help them, help us. We don't want to have an IDF. We honestly would rather have like a peacetime army like they have in Japan. We want to live in peace. We have no interest in fighting the Palestinians. We'd like to have you over for dinner. Maybe we can work as a community and we could create something better. And I hope that all the speakers that speak after me can give more inspiring ideas of how to bridge us together for the future. Thanks. Have a great night. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Klasky. The gentleman by the window.
Hello, my name is Umar Sharif. I'm a Teaneck resident. First, I understand that the Jewish community is feeling a lot of fear and anxiety in light of the recent escalation of violence in the Middle East. As a lifelong member of the Teaneck Muslim community, I want to assure my Jewish neighbors that my community does not condone, advocate, or promote aggression, violence, or any harm towards the Jewish community or any other community. Though we may disagree on important issues, passionately at times, we are wholly committed to the peace and harmony of this town. So our Jewish neighbors do not have anything to fear from their Muslim neighbors. Next, whenever these types of tensions flare up in the Middle East, the Muslim community is quick to raise the issue of the plight of the Palestinians. And I feel that our Jewish neighbors interpret this as an implicit signaling to them that the deaths of the Israeli civilians were justified or deserved. This couldn't be further from the truth. We want to see peace in that region yesterday. We realize that Palestinian violence is a mere symptom of a larger problem. That problem is the illegal Israeli occupation and the illegal blockade of Gaza. This is the root of the problem. If the root of the problem is addressed, then the symptoms will wither away. Next, Councilwoman Goldberg's resolution, it's highly problematic in that it ignores the brutal oppression meted out by Israel against the Palestinians that gave birth to Hamas. The resolution is myopic, it's inaccurate, and no Muslim nor anyone who supports international law or the Geneva Conventions can support this. If this resolution is passed, it will be an instrument of divisiveness and tension within the town. Lastly, an occupying power cannot claim self-defense when its posture as an occupier is inherently offensive. That's a logical contradiction. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Yes, please unmute whenever you're ready. Just promoted you to panelist. Please say your name for the record. Please unmute whenever you're ready. Yeah, sure. Bring one up.
Ms. Blaber.
Hello?
We got him.
Oh.
Give us a
Hello?
check one too. Are you there?
Yeah.
Yes,
This
3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Shaukat. I'm a Teaneck resident. I am really disappointed with this resolution that Ms. Goldberg has produced. It is really a divisive and reckless, in my opinion. I think I would urge council to scrap the resolution and come up with a revised version as Dr. had earlier proposed, because all we can talk about blaming other side. However, we need to come together, because what is more important is to we live as a good neighbor, because we are not going to able to solve these complex issues in this town, because it's a much bigger problem than anybody can handle it. So I'm sorry, I'm getting a little bit emotional, but I would highly urge the council to scrap this resolution and go back to the table and negotiate it and come up with something that is acceptable and creates a harmony in our township, because we can argue each other and justify and not justify each other. However, I think is what's important, and I urge Hillary Goldberg and other councilwomen and men to come up with some sort of a resolution. If we cannot come up with resolution, I don't think Teaneck Council has any business of doing this biased resolution, which is, in my judgment, reckless and is really is hurting the harmony of the Teaneck community. So I would highly urge the community member to come up together and start the healing process, because so far what we have heard is nothing but hatred, and it is really a disappointing to see our council people who are elected to lead rather than, but they are dividing us. So this is all I have to say that I think we should scrap this resolution and go back to the negotiation and come up with some sort of a healing process. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Blaber.
Good evening, Deborah Blaber, Teaneck resident since 2008. Last place I ever thought I'd find myself is standing here supporting something Hillary Goldberg wrote. I think it is very well known my feelings towards her, but as they say, a broken clock is right twice a day, and I guess this time you're right, so here I am. However, I just want to make some points here. First of all, I'm going to use my little, we're standing here with these posters of kidnapped people who are dancing at a music festival, who are minding their own business, people who aren't Jewish, who aren't even part of this, Brazilians, Russians, Chinese. So this is about people that were taken, that were killed, slaughtered and massacred, not by Islam, not by Palestinians, by Amalek, by Hamas. Hamas is Amalek. But for those of you who don't know, Amalek is basically the pure evil. That is who Hitler was. It's the descendant. It's just murderous. And we are not fighting our brothers. We are siblings. We are all from Abraham. So when you stand here and say, where's the hate, I'm trying to figure out where we're coming from with hate. We're standing with posters of people who are missing. You're standing with posters with fists and a bloody baby. Some of us feel bloody baby sometimes anyway. And I've read through this motion. Believe you me, I tried to pick holes. There are none. There's nothing bad about the Palestinian. It's about Hamas. If we can make the separation, Hamas do not care for the Palestinian people. If they did, they would have taken the aid money and Gaza would be the Singapore of the Middle East and everyone would be happy. The Israelis would be delighted to have all of that commerce coming through. But instead, they chose to use the money to oppress their own people, and they used the money to build tunnels and to buy weapons. They dug up water pipes to make rockets, there is photos. They GoPro'd themselves doing the slaughtering. That is, and then they posted it up on social media. And then you're standing here saying, the hate, no. And there are children in the public school being harassed for the sheer fact they are Jewish. I had to send an email to the superintendent, the police, and Mr. Valdez yesterday from an email that I received. I received the slurring text message that was sent to a Jewish child in Teaneck Public Schools. And the message went, I'm just checking my time. The message basically told us to, I've got to find it. I'm so sorry. I apologize. Basically, the message was not very nice. And it ended with, we know where you live. That's not right. The children should not be doing that. And why are they coming out with that in the school district? There is no moral equivalency to what happened. All that DEI stuff and, no, there is no moral equivalency. You should all be outraged at what Hamas did. They did it to your people and they did it to our people. And let's ask Egypt and Hamas to open the Rafah border.
Thank you, Ms. Blaber. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Omar, please unmute. Omar, please unmute. You have 3 minutes whenever you're ready.
Hi, everyone. My name is Omar Habib. I'm a 27-year Teaneck resident, born and raised here, graduate of Teaneck High School, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. I want to first start by saying that I, as a Muslim, condemn the actions of any terrorist organization that claims to act on behalf of Islam. The Quran says to kill one person is as you have killed all of humanity. So these actions do not reflect our religion. I also hope the best for any Israelis who have been kidnapped and for their safe return. That said, as I am able to stand up and condemn the actions that may have initiated this most recent conflict, are you able to stand up and condemn actions on the other end? I don't think Israel's the denial of Israel, there should be no denial of Israel to have a right to defend itself, but there has to be a line. Is the line when you cut off electricity, food, and water to the entire 2 million population of Gaza, when pouring cement into their water sources? Is it when over 1,000 children have been killed? Is that the targeting of Hamas? Is it when targeting hospitals and blowing them up? And as an FYI to the individual who spoke earlier, there were Twitter accounts associated with the IDF that took credit for the bombing and then later deleted those tweets and began circulating a video from August 2022, claiming that that was the bomb that destroyed the hospital today. And putting that single hospital aside, there have been threats made to multiple hospitals in Gaza, including internationally sponsored hospitals. Is the line when using internationally banned substances like white phosphorus bombs on civilian populations? Or is the line when threatening and preventing humanitarian aid and bombing incoming trucks with food, water, and supplies? Or is that line when telling civilians to evacuate and then bombing the evacuation route? There has to be a line. If this discussion is about fair and justice, then we have to be fair and just in our condemnation. There is no such thing as targeting Hamas when you are targeting civilian populations, when the Israeli defense minister is calling the population of Gaza human animals and cutting off their access to basic human rights, such as water, food, and electricity. I call for fair and just condemnation on both sides of the line, and the resolution drawn up by Councilwoman Goldberg is an excuse and will perpetuate the anger and the Islamophobia that has already resulted. We've already seen the result of this kind of hate when we saw the 6-year-old boy and his mother, who were both stabbed, with the death of the 6-year-old boy in Chicago. And why did that happen? Because their landlord was incensed by what he saw on the news. We have to clarify what is in the news, and we have to present a just, fair picture of both sides of the aisle. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The lady in the back with the raspberry beret.
My name is Mindy Stein. I'm a resident for 43 years of Teaneck. I'm the past national president of an organization called Emunah, which is a humanitarian organization in Israel. We run 13 family crisis and counseling therapy centers all over Israel, including in Sderot and Netivot. which are close to the border with Gaza. We have opened up hotlines and seen the gruesome photos and heard some of the horrific stories from the few survivors of the intentionally targeted teenager peace party. They set some of the teenagers on fire when they found them in a shelter and mowed them down like insects. We have heard about the unprovoked, calculated, brutal, and horrific attacks on babies, children, teenagers, women, including the elderly, and families massacred in their beds in their homes. Hamas is a designated United States terrorist organization. They beheaded babies, shot them in front of their parents, and sometimes shot the parents in front of their children, tied people up and put tires around them and set them on fire. They raped Jewish women and then paraded their nude bodies, raped bodies, in front of all to see, while cheering and celebrating. Hamas decimated whole communities, took 199 hostages, including American citizens, babies, children, teenagers, and even the elderly, including a Holocaust survivor, and even cut open a pregnant woman's body to remove the fetus and hung it on a tree. This is not a time to find excuses for crimes that are inexcusable, for crimes against humanity. This is a time for words of support like those in your proposed resolution, and we thank you for that. Hamas does not speak for the Palestinians and their aspirations, but Hamas is responsible for any Palestinian suffering. Any democracy faced with these revulsions would have to respond swiftly and decisively to completely eliminate this threat. The difference is the Israeli army, the most moral army in the world, is not responding disproportionately and is not deliberately targeting Palestinian civilians, but is actually sending a map for safe passage. I have them here, but I better hurry. A safe passage, so they can try as best as they can to save Palestinian civilian lives, while Hamas uses the Palestinian people as human shields. American Secretary of Defense Austin, after seeing the photos that Hamas themselves posted and the carnage in the villages, called Hamas, and I quote, bloodthirsty and fanatical, and said that they are the same as ISIS and must be eliminated. I urge you to, and I hope that you will pass the resolution. I thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Councilman Goldman, and I will
Thank you,
vote for
ma'am.
you always.
Doug, someone on Zoom?
Sue, you are free to unmute. Please state your name for the record whenever you're ready.
Suha, good evening. In correction to what I believe his name was Fadi said about the hospital here, here is a deleted post from an Israeli reporter himself stating, I don't know if you guys can see it, breaking, Israeli Air Force struck a Hamas terrorist base inside a hospital in Gaza, a Baptist hospital. And another correction to a lady, I honestly don't know her name, that said it's time we let Hamas open the Egyptian border. Guess what? I have my best friend, her parents are currently waiting at that border. Yesterday and the day before that, they have been waiting and they have not let them in. The IDF has not let them in. So let's start from the beginning. 1,000 dead children, 47 families wiped out, and more than 3,000 people dead. Genocide, apartheid, and ethnic cleansing, and the largest extermination camp in the world is what you're supporting since you've passed this resolution. A side that has ultimately admitted to creating several examples of atrocity propaganda, including raping women, a claim that has been retracted, and beheading 40 babies, another claim that has been retracted by the reporter who said it. Also a picture of using artificial intelligence to create a fake image of a child being burned. Using artificial intelligence, they're going so far. While there is real video footage of Palestinian children in Gaza that have been completely mutilated, 1,000 children dead since you passed this resolution, and you're supporting this since you passed this resolution. A side that has been committing numerous war crimes, such as using white phosphorus, which is internationally banned, blockades and restrictions, targeting journalists and medics, and most recently, a hospital, murdering more than 500 already innocent injured civilians. And it's okay, because it's just Israel. This is the side you're supporting if you pass this resolution, since you passed this resolution. And the side you're condemning, well, is a side that has been referred to by an Israeli diplomat as the largest open air prison in the world. It's a side that has been completely caged in with nowhere to go. It's a side that has been deprived of food, electricity, water, and fuel. And this is the reality for Gaza, because they have nowhere to go, and they have to fit 2 million people into a land that's basically a 60-mile radius. 2 million people, a land that's predominantly children. By passing this resolution, this is what you're supporting. Radia, a 6-year-old boy stabbed 26 times in Illinois because he was born Palestinian. Footage of a father holding body parts that he could find in grocery bags, screaming, "These are my children." This is what you're supporting. 75 years of an illegal occupation, 75 years of ethnic cleansing, 75 years of genocide. The Nakba, or the Great Catastrophe of 1948, when more than 15,000 Palestinians were massacred and more than 500 villages destroyed. And Hamas wasn't invented at that time, so you can't hold them accountable. A side that regularly chants death to the Arabs, yet we are barbaric, we are terrorists. Even in 2018, when Gazans peacefully marched on the border of Gaza every single week, this was referred to as the Great March of Return, and they continued to do this until they were massacred for no apparent reason, injuring more than 10,000 and 200 dead. 3,000 Palestinians dead in just 1 week. History is unfolding right in front of our eyes, and you have chosen to be on the wrong side.
Thank you, ma'am. Sorry, your time is up. Thank you, though. The young lady in the third row. Yes, you, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Hannah. The killing of innocent civilians, and in particular children, women, the elderly, is never acceptable anywhere. Our community mourns the unjustifiable deaths on both sides. It is time to put an end to this conflict. It has gone too far and for too long. We must seize this opportunity to put an end to it once and for all. As a Muslim sister, friend, and daughter, I go through shock, heartbreaking sadness, and anger. Doesn't even come close to describing my emotions seeing the violence and state-sponsored indiscriminate killing of innocent civilians. I will share with the attendees what I have witnessed and what my close friends have had to go through and how they were impacted by this tragedy. Several families had to endure the ugly side of this unjust war. To mention a few, the family of Ayman Azariah, the resident of Sacramento, California. Ayman Azariah lost his father, 4 brothers, and 2 nephews in a targeted airstrike on his family residence in a heavily populated civilian area. The family of Katanani from our local state of New Jersey were targeted, and he lost 15 of his family members. Aside from this violence that is taking place overseas, we should not promote hatred in a diverse town such as Teaneck. A town should not take sides in a controversial political topic that will create tension between its citizens. Due to the current media propaganda, I, as a young Muslim, have started to witness a change in the way people in the public look at me. I hope someday in the future I can walk around with this veil on my head and not feel like I'm being judged based on the bias that the media portrays us to be. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry.
Ariel, please unmute whenever you're ready. Ariel, please state your name for the record. 3 minutes.
My name is Ariel Sobin. I'm a TMAC resident for about 4 to 5 years now. First off, I'd like to thank Councilwoman Goldberg for introducing this resolution and showing unwavering support for the Jewish community and Israel as a whole. It is incredibly appreciated and valued, and I speak for the entire Jewish community where I can thank you and we appreciate that. I'd also like to thank the Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian members of this community who have spoken out and have acknowledged the terrorism, and that's what it is. It is terrorism that happened on October 7th by Hamas. And I feel horrible for all of the innocent citizens in Gaza who have become victim of all of the various attacks and who have unfortunately been killed because Hamas decides to hide in civilian centers and hide behind their civilians. But it is atrocious that so few members have spoken out in support of the Jewish community here. And at the end of the day, we need a unity statement. That is correct, but there needs to be time given to review that, and there wasn't time given. I fully support a second unity statement, but it doesn't have to be an either or. We can have a statement like this resolution that Councilwoman Goldberg introduced and a unity statement another time. The Jewish people need time to grieve, and that's what this should be. Nobody is discounting what's happening in Gaza, at least I'm not. But why can we not have both? Why can we not have a statement condemning Hamas? It's not condemning the Palestinians. It's not saying that the Palestinians are doing this. It is condemning a terrorist organization and showing support for a country that has a right to exist. That's what this resolution does. Hard stop. You want to talk about Palestinians and the suffering and getting aid? That is another conversation. But right now, we are grieving, and that is what we are asking for. This resolution to pass so that we can have some sort of support from our town that we live in, that we contribute to, and feel supported. And we can have another conversation about the needs of the Muslim Arab community. It doesn't have to be an either or. But we need this, and we are asking the Muslim community to stand behind us in this, and we will stand behind you down the line. When we need to address the situation in Gaza, we can talk about that and have a dialogue, but it doesn't have to be an either or here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am in the front.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Dr. Noha Solomon, and I am here today to express why I feel this resolution has no place in our town. I could stand here and talk about the crimes and the atrocities the state of said resolution has committed and continues to commit till this very moment for hours on end. My community could have come to this meeting with billboards and pictures of over 3,000 civilians killed, more than 1,000 of which are children, but that would have been outdated. Okay. Israel has struck on our way here to this very meeting, a hospital. Listen to this again, a hospital killing 500 people. Now, this hits home for me because I spend more time in a hospital than I do with my own family, treating and taking care of patients. So when I hear that a hospital is being bombed, that hits very close to me, and I take it very, very personal. Okay. However, but for this purpose of this specific meeting, I'm here to speak as a New Jersey state resident to question why this resolution specifically and why in our town, a war that is taking place thousands of miles away from the place that we all call home stands to divide us as neighbors and as fellow human beings. America is a country of inclusivity, bringing people together from all walks of life. Our town is not a small extension of Israel. Okay? Why do we need to pass a resolution that tells all the constituents of this committee that our town is taking sides with a certain group while ostracizing and rendering the other side vulnerable to fanatic attacks and hate crimes? Why do we need to be isolating and insensitive to a very large Muslim and Arab community that are grieving the loss of their loved ones back home? My children attend school in this town and have done so for the past 7 years. For the first time, I fear for my children going to school, and that has broken me because that is the way the mothers of the Gazan children feel every single day, not knowing if today will be the day that Israel decides to bomb them and their children. We have seen what this kind of resolution can do. It stands to normalize hate, to dehumanize our people, and to embolden fanatics to practice their fanaticism, as we have seen done in the horrific killing of a 6-year-old child in Chicago by repeated stabbing, as well as the savage killing of a Muslim woman in our neighboring town of Woodland Park by purposely running her over on the sidewalk. America stood with Ukraine. Did we, the people of Teaneck, pass a resolution saying that we stand with Ukraine?
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. 3 minutes. Thank you. Doug, someone on Zoom, and please, let's not interrupt our speakers, please.
Karima, please unmute whenever you are ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Loud and clear. You have 3 minutes. Please state your name for the record.
My name is Karima, and I just want to start on saying, like many other people have mentioned, Councilwoman Hillary, her resolution is very biased and very problematic, like everyone mentioned before, that it's not more of a unity. She's separating the Muslim and Jewish community in Teaneck and generalizing mostly in New Jersey. Like she's separating everybody. Like this is not how a council should be. You know, these are the people that we vote for to protect our counties and our cities. And I'm just so disappointed that there's people like that out there and that we vote for these certain people. And I just want to mention that at the end of the day, this is not political whatsoever. At the end of the day, this is a matter of human rights. Children are being murdered and slaughtered in Gaza right now. Hospitals are being blown up. Like, I don't understand why people are quiet about this. This is not right whatsoever. Like, this has to be known. Like, this media, the Western media, it doesn't show you all these things. I'm telling you right now, there are thousands of children dead, mass graves being put out. This is not right. It's not a matter of terrorism. It's a matter of human rights. And that the IDF, the Israeli occupation, the illegal occupation of Palestine, this is not right. People don't know. And if you don't know your history, please don't say that all of a sudden we all know laws and international laws, because we've been known. We've been known for 75 years. We've known the history. We've known everything. You guys are blind. The only reason people are now coming out and discussing all of this is because white lives are being taken away. And we're not dehumanizing that either. We are on human rights side, you know, like, don't kill anybody, and especially kids. We don't want that. It's not for you to pass this resolution in just support of the Jew community or Israel itself. It's not unity. You are separating us. You are going to ignite Islamophobia. It's not right. It's not right whatsoever. I can't believe this is being discussed right now, because it has to be modified. Like many people have mentioned before, this resolution has to get modified, because you didn't even refer to them as Palestinians. You just kept on mentioning Hamas. These are not the Palestinian civilians that are being murdered right now. They're not Hamas. They're just kids with dreams, with aspirations. It's just not right. Please, I beg of you, just go do your research. Check what's being posted online. Follow Eye on Palestine. You will see what's happening to these poor innocent civilians. This is not a matter of politics or defending. They're not defending themselves against anything. They're just children.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you, ma'am. The young lady in the front.
Hi, my name is Nora. I've been a resident of Teaneck for the past 18 years. I'm severely disappointed with the actions of our town and the lack of acknowledgement our council and fellow Teaneck residents have shown in the light of recent events. The collective hatred that we all feel for the events that have occurred in the Middle East has fostered an unprecedented wave of hatred, not only in other communities, but our own. Just the other day, my friend who's walking down Cedar Lane, she also wears hijab like me. She's also a Muslim like me. An older Caucasian man walked up to her on Cedar Lane and said, "Go back to where you came from, you filthy Arab." She is not Arab, nor is she Palestinian. All she did was wear the hijab, and yet she was a victim of an open hate crime in our own town. This is why we need to stop false propaganda, and this is why we need to make sure that what we are spreading in these talks and on social media is true, so that we can ensure that we are not cultivating hate for one another. The resolution that has been passed only affirms to the struggles of one group and completely disregards the struggles of the Arabs, the Muslims, and the Palestinians in this community, who have not only lost people in the past week, but the past 75 years. I condemn killing of all Palestinians, of all civilians, whether they be from Palestine or from Israel. So why are we only acknowledging violence when it has occurred on one side, when in reality it has occurred on both? This resolution is being passed for all of Teaneck, but it lacks representation for all of Teaneck. It is applying to every citizen who lives here, but it's not representing them. Ms. Goldberg, we canvassed for you last year. I canvassed for you last year. Where is my representation in your resolution? I went door to door for you, and my identity is not reflected in what you are preaching for. How is that fair? What about the Muslims who have been living here just as long as you have? What about the Muslims who have helped you reach your goals through tireless canvassing? And what about the Muslims who have opened their homes to you, their lives to you, and trusted you? And yet this is what we get back. I'm in support for the second resolution, and I hope that we can come to a conclusion that supports both parties. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Harry Hahn, please unmute and state your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Very good. Can you all hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
Great. My name is Sherry Han Eid. I'm a resident of Teaneck, born, raised, and I'm raising my 4 children in this town. I want to first extend my deepest condolences to anyone who's lost family members in the violent attacks in Israel 10 days ago. Your Muslim neighbors stand with you the same way you stand by us in this town. I understand your grief and your sadness for your community many miles away. I want to let you know I'm also grieving over my brothers and sisters who constantly experience the senseless violence brought on by the Israeli government. Except the difference is that the media does not cover the killings of the Palestinians, ever. Palestinians are continuously characterized as terrorists, militants, and have been dehumanized. Since the attacks occurred over a week ago, there has been a relentless bombardment on Gaza, killing over 3,000 civilians, displacing 300,000, including newborn babies and children, both of which are protected people under international law. Even when there are warnings of oncoming airstrikes, people who are fleeing are often subjected to having bombs dropped on them as they are escaping. I wonder where the humanity is there. I hope that we can all agree that killing babies, women, and innocent people on both sides is wrong. I ask that you please amend the resolution put forth by Ms. Goldberg today to acknowledge the years of suffering of the Palestinian people that they've had to endure. They have been effectively cut off from the world since Friday with no internet, no food, no water. Something that I've heard time and time again on a lot of the forums, social media forums in this town is that Israel has no responsibility to provide those things, those essentials to life, food, fuel, and water and internet. But they are occupied territories. So yes, they do have the responsibility to provide those things. Also, you all need to understand that these people are living under occupation. That occupation is violent. They do not have the ability to come and go as they please. There's constantly supervision, constant surveillance. Nobody can live like that. And Ms. Goldberg, your resolution is too one-sided for me to stand behind it. It is not okay for Israel to defend itself if that defense shows up in indiscriminate violence towards children, women, babies, hospitals, and schools. I hope that you can amend the resolution to acknowledge the suffering of the 75 years that Palestinians have been enduring. I urge you to reconsider your wording because words matter, Mrs. Goldberg, right? I feel the need to remind you all again of the 6-year-old boy who was stabbed to death by an extremist who was fueled by Islamophobic messaging. I urge you to please not separate this town. We are neighbors. I love my Jewish neighbors. I adore them. And I hope they do me as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. The gentleman, right?
Good evening, council members. My name is Yigal Gross. A resident of Teaneck for the last 8 years, proud father of 5 beautiful children. Thank you to the council for having this session and for this very courageous resolution, Ms. Goldberg, and thank you obviously to the security services who enable us all to be here and generally to have a free exchange of ideas. Some things are complicated, some things are actually not. The intentional, targeted, televised killing of innocent men, women, and children is not complicated at all. That our Muslim neighbors don't seem to understand that and seem to view our condemnation of that as somehow Islamophobic, as somehow anti-Palestinian, is shocking to me. And if anything, only reinforces the imperative of the council passing this resolution. We need to have clear moral clarity here. The idea of having shared values and tolerance can only take place if there's moral clarity. And if the killing of innocent men, women, and children, Jewish innocent men, women, and children, targeted televised, intentional. If that's complicated, I don't know what's not complicated. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Donia, please unmute whenever you are ready. Please state your name for the record. Sir, who just left the podium, can you just give me your name once more, please?
Eagle Gross.
Thank you. Donia, you are free. 3 minutes.
Alrighty, thank you guys. Assalamu alaikum. Peace be upon you all. My name is Donia Abdallah. Nothing brings me more of a heavy heart than the past couple of days and everything that we have been seeing and hearing and witnessing as civilians thousands and thousands of miles away, although being heavily hurt. I was at the line a couple of hours ago, and I was talking to two of my Jewish sisters who basically said with open honesty, Hillary should not have passed this resolution. It goes against everything that we're trying to do. When a couple of hours ago, there was a vigil in Teaneck promoting peace, promoting unity. After that conversation, with a huge line of both Palestinian and Israeli supporters, that line became two completely different lines in a matter of minutes, with shouting, with obscenities, and unfortunately, just you can't hear each other. I am not a Teaneck citizen. I am a Woodland Park citizen, and I honestly did not know about the situation that happened here to the 31-year-old girl, Liliana, who was mowed down by a car just for being Palestinian. I'm glad that I'm a part of Woodland Park. They have taken a stance of peace. They have not promoted a one-sided narrative, and they have made the right choice. So you, after seeing everyone speaking their mind here, you understand that this won't be resolved all at once. Now that we have a little bit more information about both sides without leaning into the conjecture that's been in the media for years, 75 years, and now more than ever, we should be able to sit down and make sure that there is peace on the table. Not one-sided, because there are certain media stations that do nothing but promote one side, making sure that you see or that you hear nothing but lies, while there's proof of devastation and hospitals being bombed and white phosphorus being sprayed and roads being bombed, as civilians wanting nothing but peace and safety, water, electricity, and food and medicine for their children and for themselves, still being bombed. This isn't Judaism. This is Zionism. And I feel with a heavy heart that anybody who, and again, I love my brothers and my sisters of the Jewish faith. Nothing brings me more peace and happiness than when we do interfaith work, but this is not it. Just because somebody wears the same thing as you, and I do not promote what anybody does in the Islamic faith against what God has said, but this is self-defense. This is 75 years of struggle, of having to go through ruthless humiliation and nobody doing anything. So this being self-defense, you cannot say, or you cannot cry out that this is not okay for Hamas to do this. It is definitely not okay, but it's the past 75 years was definitely not okay either. We need to understand that. But first and foremost, we need to withdraw the resolution number 1 and promote resolution number 2, which promotes nothing but.
Thank you, ma'am, for your time and your comments. Thank you. Young lady by the window.
Hello, I'm Yasmin, a Teaneck resident. Firstly, I'd like to condemn the attacks by Hamas on Israeli civilians on October 7th, 2023. There is never any justification for attacks on civilians of any nationality. Hamas does not represent Palestinians. Civilians in Palestine have been slaughtered for far before the most recent events. This is something that's been going on for 75 years at the hands of the Israeli government. This needs to be acknowledged alongside with the loss of Israeli lives. Your resolution rightly calls out the loss of innocent Israeli civilians, which it should, no doubt about that, but it falls short. It does not mention anything regarding the large-scale loss of innocent Palestinian lives. How can you, as elected leaders, completely ignore that aspect? Have you reflected on the latest toll? More than 2,000 Palestinians have been killed, including at least 600 children, more than 9,000 injured, and more than 400,000 people displaced as a result of Israel's retaliation. It is clear to me and the rest of the residents of Teaneck that this is extremely disproportionate. Israel is going after civilians, and yet there is no mention of any of these facts in your resolution. So I urge you all to consider an amendment to the resolution or propose a second one like Councilwoman Sharon G. A resolution that condemns these innocent lives that have been lost on both sides. We also call for an immediate ceasefire of all hostilities and the resumption of aid to Gaza. Passing this resolution only divides this community more. We've already seen that one-sided support and the anti-Palestinian, anti-Arab, and anti-Muslim statements are detrimental. We've seen that just from the murder of a 6-year-old boy in Illinois a few days ago. The actions taken outside of Chicago are a direct link to leadership's actions and words. This evening, this meeting was literally started with the Pledge of Allegiance, which states, "I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all." The fact that the township of Teaneck would like to express their support for Israel creates a divisive environment for the local community within Teaneck. Not acknowledging the actions of the Israeli government is a grave disservice to the people of Gaza and a blatant isolation of the Palestinians. I urge you to reconsider and vote again to bring back the Peace and Unity resolution back to the consent agenda to pass something more inclusive for all Teaneck residents.
Thank you, ma'am.
Howard Rose, bringing in Howard Rose. Howard, please unmute. You have 3 minutes. State your name for the record, sir.
Howard Rose, Teaneck resident.
Thank you. 3 minutes.
Thank you. This is probably the most visceral situation I've seen in Teaneck since the Pennell shooting. It impacts most everyone. I listen to the news, I try and keep up with what's going on, and I find it difficult. I'll point out the fact that both Israel and I were born in the same year, 1948. And we've both been in a state of confusion ever since. It's problematic overall. I've gotten my life straightened out for the most part, but I think Israel has been in a state of disarray for a long time with conflicting issues going on around them. Terrorism. What is a terrorist? Terrorist is a homicidal maniac. There's no other way I can define it. Palestinians. I've heard terminology that they're not a people, they're not a group of people. I would think that any group that's been segregated in a small area of several million people being there after 4 generations or so is in fact a people. How else would you define them? What's the disposition that should be given to them as a people? I don't have the answers to that. World politicians don't have the answers to that. And I damn well know that no one in the council chamber has answers to that either. Yet people are talking about opinions, others disdain what they have to say. That's difficult. I don't want either resolution going forward at this point in time. I'd like something a bit shorter than Hillary's. I would like something that combines the good points of hers and the good points of the second one, that incorporates feelings about both sides in this issue. I look at Palestinians and think, my goodness, what's the line in terms of who's responsible and who we're trying to get rid of? We know Hamas. But what about children who are under 3? Do we exempt them? Under 5, under 10? Where's the line that we draw? 18? I don't know. But I do know that both in Israel and in Palestine, people are living in terror. And in Teaneck, we should be discussing how to rectify the situation, not about divisiveness and enduring more divisiveness as we continue splitting the issue. It's not a split issue. It's something we have to deal with together. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Mr. Alec Goldstein, you had your hand up.
Thank you, Council. Alec Goldstein, Teaneck resident. You're either pro-Palestinian or pro-Hamas. You absolutely cannot be both. Hamas has done far more to dehumanize and kill Palestinians than any other regime in the world. Many of my Muslim brothers and sisters have said that they will condemn Hamas's action in chambers tonight. Then why not ratify it in writing with Hillary's statement? If you are pro-Palestinian, then the Jewish community wants to and has a historical track record of working with you to find a path to peace. If you are pro-Hamas, then you are supporting a terrorist organization. As the statement says, words matter. People in the Muslim community appear to not want to call this out under the false merging of Gazan civilians with Hamas, a terrorist organization. So I say to you tonight that this resolution does, in fact, create a rift. It creates a rift between terrorists and peaceful people of all stripes. We are a diverse community, and this resolution does not and is not intended to cause a division between peace-loving Jews and peace-loving Muslims. So there is no time to delay in the face of evil. As Dr. King said, and there are signs throughout the lawns of Teaneck, injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. So for those who demand neutrality or call for the motion to be delayed, I remind you of the adage that the hottest places in hell are reserved for those who in times of great moral crisis maintain their neutrality. I commend this board for not maintaining their neutrality, for protecting the Jewish community as well as the Muslim community, calling out Hamas for the barbaric terrorist organization that it is, and most importantly, for praying for peace. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councilwoman Goldberg, and the rest of this board for their unwavering support and moral clarity. In conclusion, I wholeheartedly support Councilwoman Goldberg's resolution. God bless you all.
Thank you, Mr. Goldstein.
Jeremy, please unmute. State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Jeremy Chernikoff. I've been a Teaneck resident with my family for about 12 years. First of all, I wanted to thank everyone in attendance tonight. It means a lot for everyone to share all their different opinions. And thank you, of course, to the police officers who are both inside and outside, maintaining everyone's safety is very much appreciated. I also wanted to thank Councilwoman Goldberg for your incredible resolution. It means a lot to me and my family, I think to a lot of members of the Jewish community. On October 7th, on the date we keep referring to when the heinous Hamas attacks happened, the Jewish people, in part of our prayers that morning, we read the scroll by the name of Kohelet. We call it in Hebrew. And in that scroll is the famous line's been popularized by song, is, to everything there is a season and a time and a purpose. And I think it really resonates strongly with me, because I just want to make the point that, that there is a time for mourning the lives lost on all sides. There really is. And it's been, 75 years, even more of bloodshed on both sides, all kinds of heinous acts back and forth. But what happened on October 7th, this was not normal back and forth. This was a horrible atrocity that we have not witnessed really since the Nazis. And I got to say, some of those images I saw, some of the stories I heard, put the Nazis to shame. Hamas is ISIS. They're absolutely equivalent, if not worse, than the Nazis and ISIS. And this is not the time to bring up both sides of the story. It's really not. Please just give the Jewish community I think that's all this resolution was meant to do, is give us the time of mourning that we need. And then, whether it's in a few days, a few weeks, a few months, there will be time to discuss the issue on both sides. And I'm just hoping for a peaceful resolution for the return of the hostages that Hamas is now holding as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Clerk, I make a move to extend the meeting till midnight.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. All right. Mr. Sohn.
Alan Sohn, Teaneck resident. 2 of my 4 children live in Israel. My son, his wife, and their 4 children have made dozens of trips to their safe room during rocket attacks. My son has had to explain to his children, ages 10 and 7, about the murder of children and trying to explain to them how this could possibly have happened. My daughter was married in Israel almost a year ago, and her husband was called up for military service on October 7th, the day of the massacres. My wife and I can't sleep, worried about them and their safety. But I'm most worried about my brothers and sisters in Israel, all 7 million of them. I mourn for every civilian who's killed, whether it's in Israel or Gaza. But I mourn for the 1,400 of my brothers and sisters, overwhelmingly civilians, who were systematically murdered in cold blood. I've seen videos of people being shot in their head in the streets, at bus stops, at a dance festival. I've seen a video of hand grenades being thrown into bomb shelters as people are cowering inside. These videos were shared and filmed by Hamas and spread online to spread that terror. These are things that I will never be able to unsee. I pray for the return of my 200 brothers and sisters who are captive in Gaza, having been kidnapped by Hamas and used as bargaining chips and human shields. I thank all of the businesses here in Teaneck that have posted those kidnap signs in their store windows and all those in the audience holding up these signs. The resolution we have tonight rightfully criticizes and specifies Hamas and its systematic murder of innocent men, women, children, infants, seniors, and Holocaust survivors, and their taking of 200 hostages. Just as this council supported the people of Ukraine in 2022, I thank this council for this resolution, and I thank Deputy Mayor G and Councilwoman Belcher for their resolution. And I hope that you can all work together to update the wording and have it passed as soon as possible. We need to begin a dialogue here in Teaneck, a microcosm of what's happening 5,000 miles away in Israel and Gaza, in an effort to find genuine consensus here. But I hope that every single one of us can stand up and reject Hamas terrorism, full stop. If we can't do so, there is something wrong with us as individuals. There is something wrong with us as a township. I hope that all 7 of you can support this resolution in support of my family, my brothers, my sisters in Teaneck and in Israel. It's the right thing to do. Never again should we have to pass a resolution like this. Never again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sohn. Zoom.
Salah, please unmute whenever you are ready. Salah, please unmute. State your name for the record.
My name is Salah Shabir. First of all, I condemn whatever happened in Palestine. I mean, the killing of the Jewish people and then the Palestinians also. But I don't know if you go back in the history, like before 2 weeks, every single day, I would say almost every single day, a Palestinian is either harassed, either killed, or dragged on the streets and end up in jail. And then that's their future. So I see the the community, they are concerned about what happened. But where were you before 2 weeks when all these things were happening for the past 75 years? None of them said a word about it. You're fine with your life. So now suddenly you guys are upset. Okay, we understand that, but it's on both sides. And for Hillary putting this resolution together, that favors only the Jewish community. I mean, this is a diversified community, right? So how can we just be on the favor of Jewish and not the Muslims or the Palestinians? I mean, this is the resolution the Daniel put together or Denise put together. That's for peace. And what you're doing, Hillary, you are just creating hate. And that's what's going to happen. Because it's all about hatred. It's nothing about peace in your resolution. So I would urge the council members to please reconsider the resolution that Hillary has put together, put it on the side, and the resolution that Denise and Daniel has put together, that's a peace resolution. That's what you need. You need peace in your town. So please consider that resolution, and I would appreciate if you can move forward with that resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Kaplan.
Slay
My name is Keith Kaplan. I'm a Teaneck resident. My father is Jewish. My mother is Jewish. I am Jewish. My grandparents had to hide. They had to run. They eventually made it here. Most of their family did not. I want to thank Councilwoman Goldberg for her resolution. I want to thank this council for passing it. And I want to thank those that bear witness to the atrocities that have befallen the Jewish people. When I was in Israel in 1996, I saw firsthand carnage of Hamas. This was the photo of the dorm room next to mine, the pictures of the people blown up by Hamas. The one in the top right is Sarah Duker. Her memorial is outside this very building, cut down and slaughtered. You will bear witness to what happened.
Gunmen tossing a grenade into a shelter. When a man runs out trying to escape, they fire on him repeatedly. In another shelter a few miles north of the festival site, about 30 people tried to hide. A man named Noam Cohen recorded inside. You can hear the panic in their voices, asking what's going on, or there are Israeli soldiers nearby.
They are packed in like sardines.
What happened next? Cohen says Hamas gunmen repeatedly tossed grenades into the shelter. People inside were blown apart. It's one of the most gruesome videos we've ever seen.
Do not look away when Jews are destroyed. This was not an ongoing cycle of violence. This was the systematic elimination of a people. It is not the same as anything else. This was the most number of Jews, civilians, babies, Holocaust survivors, people in wheelchairs slaughtered on a single day. You bear witness, you condemn it. You do not conflate the issue with ongoing cycles of violence. You look at what happened. Do not look away. Jewish blood may have been scared back then, but it stands here now.
Thank you, Mr. Kaplan. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Bringing in Javon Rice. Javon, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Good evening, Javon Romney Rice. In my Bible, it says in Romans 12:15, to mourn with those who mourn. I mourn all the lives that have been lost, whether it was just on the 7th or 75 years prior. I believe that this Hillary resolution is very divisive and clearly demonstrates tonight, not reflective of the views of the very many diverse residents that live here in our town. It is also abhorrently unjust that the resolution that Councilwoman Belcher and Deputy Mayor G that speaks to the tenets of equity in this township was not even allowed to be submitted. Over 500 people were on Zoom on this webinar earlier. Over 400 people outside the chambers and over 200 people on Zoom. Clearly, the township is watching. I agree that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, as was quoted by Martin Luther King earlier. But this resolution is not justice for all. It is not justice for all the residents of our community. There is nothing to be gained other than division and stirring hatred and division in our community. There has been no one that has not agreed to the Hamas terrorism. On both sides, I have heard my residents say that and condemned terrorism. But the issues at hand are the cause of war, and we are not at war here in Teaneck. This council's job is to protect and serve the residents that live here, period. Hillary's resolution draws a line in the sand that we may not recover from. I appeal to this council to pull this resolution, but allow the resolution that was put forth by Councilwoman Belcher and Deputy Mayor G that speaks to peace and unity, because that's what our community needs. We are indeed a microcosm of what can be done. To agree to disagree, but be respectful and peaceful, not a recreation of what happens in Israel to happen here in our township of Teaneck. I appeal to please not allow this resolution to go forth. And I hope that Hillary Goldberg heard the young woman in her hijab who mentioned she was on the front line knocking on doors, supporting her campaign. I hope she heard her voice loud and clear, and that the council does not support this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Romney Rice. Mrs. Khan.
Thank you, Mayor. For a minute there, I thought you were not going to call me at all. Reshma Khan, resident of Teaneck for a very long time. It's great to see you back, Councilman Katz and Councilman Schwartz, and wishing safety for all our council members. First, I want to say we have all been saying this, but it has been lost on some. We condemn the Hamas. We do not stand for killing of innocent civilians. What has happened over the last 10 days has wreaked havoc, and we condemn it unequivocally. The nightmare of the havoc on a holiday weekend on peace-loving innocent civilians is just horrific and barbaric. The worst terror that has happened in 75 years. Yes, we condemn that unequivocally. Today we are here asking you to vote no on Councilwoman Goldberg's resolution, not because it denounces the Hamas, we also do that, but because it turns a blind eye to the pain of the Palestinian lives that are also being affected in a massive humanitarian crisis that has been growing there, being shut off from essentials as water and electricity. Today, I'm here not just for Israel and Palestine. I am here because I'm awfully grieving the loss of humanity and unity in this town. Miss Hillary, words matter. Words matter. We elected you. You promised to be a leader for all constituents. Today, I hear my own friends who are in the room here and who have been on Zoom, who are coming and talking about my people, my family. This is not our Teaneck. Ask the elders in the room, ask the elders in your Rolodex whom you have been calling. Teaneck has been through worse, and it took years of healing to get to this place for where we can be united. And with just one resolution where we had the option to make it well-balanced and not one-sided. You can stop looking at your laptop for a minute, Ms. Goldberg. I'm addressing you directly because this has been so divisive and such a painful experience for everyone in our circle. We walked with you, canvassed with you, opened our mosques and our homes to you, to be thoroughly disappointed today. Next, yes, Teaneck is a diverse community, but clearly anyone who knows me in Jewish circles, and I hope my Jewish sisters will stand up for me, knows that we treat each other very fairly. Look at us, we have the hijab on. At sunset time, we all went out in 2 different groups to pray outside. We are so similar. We are more similar than we are different. And you're trying to divide us. This is totally unacceptable. So let me remind you, and I quote the words of Dr. Martin Luther King, peace is not merely a distant goal that we seek. It is a means by which we arrive at that goal. And it's pathetic that we cannot even get to the consent agenda, a resolution on peace and unity. That's how pathetic this council is.
Thank you, Ms. Khan.
Extremely
Doug,
sorry.
someone on Zoom?
Shiva, please unmute. Shiva, please unmute. Please unmute.
Hi.
State your name for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Elisheva Klatsky, and I lived in Teaneck for 12 years. I just wanted to take a minute to address the implications and the consequences if Councilman Goldberg's resolution does not get passed. I think it's first important to recognize that this is condemning Hamas, a globally recognized terrorist organization, and what happened in Israel on October 7th was nothing short of a terrorist attack. We are not condemning our local Muslim and Arab brothers and sisters. We're not condemning the Palestinian community. It is simply Hamas, the terrorists. And when we don't stand with Israel and their right to defend themselves and the right to mourn and to say the barbaric killing of innocent Israelis is wrong, we're standing by silent and complicit. And when you stand by silent, it's approval, because you're saying it doesn't bother you enough and it was not terrible enough for you to use your voice and say something. And when that happens, we open the door for more attacks. Already recently on Friday, there was a global day of jihad that was announced. And my 1.5-year-old went to school with a police car in the parking lot. And that's not acceptable. And if we turn this down, if we say no to this resolution, you are telling Hamas and other terrorist groups worldwide that you don't care and that they can go and attack Jews here and other places with impunity and with no regard. I'd also like to say that we are now in 2023 in this time of modern technology. Social media reaches far more people than the traditional and the conventional news networks like MSNBC, CNN, Fox News. You go on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter. This is all that's being talked about. And once Israel started retaliating, the rhetoric changed from innocent Israeli victims to nuance, complexity, proportionate attacks, both sides. Suddenly the loss of Israeli life was diminished because we stood up for ourselves. And we said, no, we need to root out the terrorists that are living in Gaza. And unfortunately, that led to the loss of innocent Palestinian lives. But that's not the same as the thought out, premeditated, barbaric slaughter of Israelis just for the sake of being Israeli and or Jewish, because not everybody in Israel is Jewish. And I think giving them a resolution on their own just brings up the loss of Jewish lives to the level where it would be if any other country in the world got attacked. And I think there should be a resolution for the innocent Palestinians that were killed. There can be two at the same time, but the Jews need one to say, we are the same, we are equal, and it was wrong. And that is why it's important to pass this. Thank you.
Ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Rabbi Schreier.
I am Rabbi Elliot Schreier, Teaneck resident for 2 years and Rabbi of Congregation B'nai Yeshurun here in Teaneck. Before I moved to Teaneck 2 years ago, I lived in the Bronx. The Bronx is a diverse community, even more diverse than Teaneck, New Jersey. And part of my role as a communal rabbi was to build bridges and build relationships with other demographic groups that constituted the rich mosaic of Bronx life. One of the men I forged a very warm relationship with was a local imam named Dr. Hamoud Al-Siwi, Imam of the Bronx Muslim Center, a mosque that consisted primarily of a Palestinian American demographic in the Bronx. We did events together outside his mosque and in my synagogue. I had on one occasion the privilege of welcoming him to my humble home, a 2-bedroom apartment on East Chester Road. I still remember the message that he sent me after the Tree of Life synagogue shooting in Pittsburgh, and I will forever remember the message that I sent him after the mosque shooting in Christchurch, New Zealand. We didn't get along because we agreed on everything. Certainly when it came to the Middle East, we had widely varying views. We got along because we shared a more core belief, and that was the sacred value of all human life. All human life, irrespective of race, faith, ethnicity, black, white, brown, Eastern, Western, every human life, we both believed, possesses immense, indeed immeasurable, sacred value. Every human life is created in the image of the divine himself. One organization that unfortunately does not share that belief is Hamas. And we should be clear about the fact that Hamas's struggle is not a symptom of any kind of political struggle. It's not part of any national liberation movement. It is anti-Semitism in the clearest and most naked form. If it were part of a national liberation movement, Hamas's charter would not call for the extermination of Jews worldwide. It is just another iteration of the world's most ancient hatred. I know many have asked, why is this resolution specifically speaking about the Jewish victims of the Hamas terror atrocities? And allow me to try to explain to you why to Teaneck's Jewish community this is so important, why it's not just a remote issue in another part of the world, why it's not intended to be divisive, but supportive. I have spent my week counseling congregants, some of whom have been directly impacted by the Hamas atrocities, one of whom flew to Israel today for the funeral of his daughter-in-law and to comfort his son and his 6-month-old granddaughter. But far more, I have been comforting people who did not directly experience Hamas atrocities, but feel betrayed by their neighbors here in the United States of America. People who say, my coworkers, my colleagues, I don't know who is my friend anymore. I can't tell you how many Jews from across the religious spectrum and across the political spectrum have told me I don't know who I can rely on anymore because my colleagues who are so quick to call out atrocities don't seem to care about Jewish blood. And when we have protests in New York City justifying the Hamas atrocities, when others are quick to meet it with complicit silence, we need a statement that we care. It's not to the exclusion of other statements. In a week when the FBI reported a spike in anti-Muslim and anti-Jewish attacks, I do urge this council to quickly come to a peace and unity resolution. This resolution is a critical piece of support to Teanac's Jewish community as well. I thank you all for putting it forward, and I urge you all to stand behind this resolution.
Thank you, Rabbi. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Amber Abbasi, please unmute. Please unmute. You have 3 minutes. State your name for the record.
Hi, I'm Amber. I'm a Teaneck resident. I just want to start off by saying the Jewish lives lost on October 7th need to be honored and remembered. Their memories need to be kept alive. That is something I will advocate for until the end of time. But acknowledging the brutality against Palestinians is equally important. Someone mentioned having a conversation about Gaza at a later time. Ask him, do you want to have the conversation after the people of Palestine have been wiped off of the face of the earth? I have been watching videos and photos being taken in Gaza all week. Just hours before this meeting, I saw a video of a father carrying what remained of his children, flesh and bones, in 2 plastic bags due to an Israeli airstrike. Can you imagine that? Your children, their remains fitting into 2 plastic bags? More than 1,500 children have died in Gaza in the last week due to Israeli airstrikes. This number will continue to rise as the Israeli government has cut off access to food, water, and electricity. Children, women, and men will starve to death and die from dehydration. Disease is already spreading due to the lack of medical supplies. People are drinking 500 milliliters of water a day in order to preserve it. Your resolution states that Israel has a right to defend itself. This is not defense, and this is not a war. This is genocide. You are supporting a government that referred to Palestinians as, quote, human animals, children of darkness, and said, there are no innocent civilians in Gaza. These atrocities and war crimes need to be acknowledged. They are human beings too. I want to ask Councilman Goldberg, why do their lives not matter to you? Are brown children not worth your time, your humanity? Your resolution mentions them once. At the end of your resolution, you say, the people of Gaza and the West Bank, you do not refer to them as Palestinians. They are an afterthought for you, Councilwoman Goldberg, my apologies. Just like the civilians in Israel, they should not have to suffer because of the actioning of their governing bodies. To spread messages that disregard them is a gross violation of the trust the community puts into the members of the council. Being one-sided will also increase the hate in our community. Just 2 days ago, I watched a video posted by someone on social media that I graduated Teaneck High School with, referring to Palestinians as animals. That was not his first time invoking hate towards Muslims and Arabs in our community. Today, standing in line for this very meeting, I watched a brown man get called a terrorist and him get told that he needs to apologize for 9/11 because all Muslims are terrorists. There was a 6-year-old boy stabbed in Chicago by someone he had a relationship prior to all of this. Why? Because he was a Palestinian Muslim. People didn't speak on on the Palestinian issues until after. Is that what Teaneck needs? A 6-year-old dead boy on their hands before they speak up for the Palestinians? I am disappointed in this council for its failure to recognize the pain and suffering of the Muslims and Arabs within their community. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Berliner?
Thank you. My remarks will be brief. Thank you, Mr. Sohn, for sharing your story. Now a quick personal story of mine. I married my wife, Rachel, in Israel, and let me tell you why her family was there. In 1948, her grandmother's family was expelled in the middle of the night from Baghdad, where they lived for generations. The only place where they could find refuge was the new state of Israel. They made a home, built lives, and yearned to live in peace. Decades later, during the Gulf War, Safta Carmela's apartment in an area of Tel Aviv that was sand dunes prior to the establishment of the state was destroyed by an Iraqi Scud missile that was sent to Israel for one reason only. Jews were there. Do not tell us to go home. There is no other home to go to, be it Iraq, Poland, or Germany. This is our history, my history. I came expecting to speak about the Fields Committee, and apologies to Councilwoman Goldberg. We will have to put that aside for this evening. I wholeheartedly support your resolution and hope that denouncing terrorism and hate can be accepted by all. Now for two quick facts and some thoughts. Gaza is not currently in occupation. Israel unilaterally withdrew its own citizens and dug up its cemeteries almost 20 years ago. And the second, Hamas does represent the people of Gaza, and saying otherwise is intellectually dishonest. They are the current elected leaders of Gaza, 2006. They haven't allowed any elections since. And when the people of Gaza chose as part of their own national self-determination, these are facts and there are no alternatives. Change comes from within, and until the people of Gaza stand up, take ownership, and demand change, there won't be any. Council, I applaud you for listening inside of these sterile chamber walls, but you should have come outside to listen to what was happening outside. The Teaneck Council may not be able to affect change thousands of miles away, but in our own town, we should be able to identify and call out hate. I challenge you to watch the videos of what was going on outside. Former Councilman Kaplan can share a video of his live stream. Groups coming to our own town and showing throat slitting, hands as guns, cursing at women, and threatening fights should be denounced by all here. At least there weren't any swastikas on view like the last time there was a similar group here on our own municipal green. As council, build bridges in the community, support us, all of us. This is why we feel threatened. Teaneck has a long history of diversity and multiculturalism. You as our leaders should have been out there to see what we saw, hear what we heard, fear what the police feared when they had to form groups to escort citizens back to their own cars in this parking lot. I have to believe that the groups did not come from Teaneck, but responsibility doesn't end there. I call on our council, community, and religious leaders to denounce these groups who invaded our town, our own town, and openly threatened, in their own words, to expel our own citizens from here, from Teaneck. That was tonight. That was outside of this building. Hate has no home here.
Thank you, sir. Name for the record, sir. Name for the record. Mr. Berliner, your name for the record, please, for Doug.
Avi Berliner, Teaneck resident.
Thank you, sir.
Golan, please unmute.
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear, 3 minutes.
My name is Golan Elias. I am an actual resident of Teaneck for the past 14 years. Fear, sadness, anger, and depression. For the last 11 days, these have been the cycle of emotions that I and other Jewish Americans have felt while living in Teaneck. 1,300 Jews have been slaughtered just because they're Jewish. 200 civilians, including Americans, for all the people sitting in there, including Americans, have been kidnapped and taken into Gaza. 2 members of town council on the dais tonight were in Israel and had to run into shelters for their safety during the events of October 7th. I am so happy to see that they are home safe today. Nobody outside of my immediate circle of 16 million Jews has reached out or shown any care for me or my family who lives in Israel since October 7th, with the exception of one Uber driver that I had last week. Not my coworkers who see me and I speak to daily. Not my neighbors who walk by me on the street. The silence in Teaneck has been deafening, with the exception of the statements made by the town manager. Thank you very much. A few statements made by council members, and now this powerful resolution written by Councilwoman Goldberg. Councilwoman Goldberg, tonight you've been called divisive. You've been told that this is an inappropriate resolution. I'm here to tell you that I support you. And if you want to speak at any point in time, I'm here to back you and be here for you if you need. The resolution clearly states that we in Teaneck, which last I checked was part of the United States of America, stands with the Jewish community and with the only democracy in the Middle East as it attempts to eradicate terrorism. The resolution also states that it supports the Teaneck Jewish community, and it thanked the Teaneck manager and law enforcement for keeping us safe. It only has to do with standing with the Jewish people, with our democratic allies as we deal with a gigantic terrorist attack. For those council members who will not support this resolution, I invite you to meet with me when I reach out to discuss your position on this matter. My hope is that this is unanimous. For those of you who support it, thank you for standing with me and with the Jewish community. I just want to end my comments to let you know that I'm praying for the town council. As we do every Sabbath in synagogue, we say a prayer for the government. I am praying for you, and I thank you for your support. Thank you very much, and have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Okay.
Thank you for having me. My name is Shez, and I didn't come prepared with a speech. So, but when I came here this evening, I was sitting on the bench in the Teaneck lawn, and I noticed a sundial in the lawn, which had an engraving on it. And I'm just going to read it out just for all of us to reflect on. Do not suffer your good nature when application is made to say yes, when you ought to say no. Remember that it is a public, not a private cause that is to be injured or benefited by your choice. And this is a quote from George Washington. I have less than 3 minutes. I'm not going to change anybody's mind. I'm not going to even try to change anybody's mind because I think, everyone's sort of made up their own opinion and they're going to stick by it. What I would say is that this resolution from Ms. Goldberg is clearly causing harm. And I don't know you. I've never spoken to you. So my only assumption that I can make is that when you wrote the resolution, you were thinking about one group of people and ignoring another group of people who are also Teaneck residents. So, and my assumption, because as part of the Muslim faith, we are taught to have good assumptions about others, rather than having bad doubts about them. So my assumption about this resolution is that you didn't know about what the other side was feeling. But standing here today, I can't imagine that you no longer don't know. You can't claim to be ignorant about it anymore because a lot of people have spoken about how they feel. So with that in mind, I would ask that you withdraw the resolution and instead adopt the second resolution by Ms. G and Ms. Belcher. And I commend both of you for writing up that resolution. It was really well needed from both our communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Paula Rogovan, please unmute. Paula Rogovan, you have 3 minutes.
Hi, I'm a 41-year resident, lived in Teaneck for 41 years. I'm Jewish. I'm calling, it is urgent that you drop Hillary Goldberg's resolution and bring back the peace and unity resolution, perhaps at the next meeting. I cry when I hear about people being slaughtered, whether in Israel or Gaza. I cry when I hear of civilians, buildings being bombed, of people being forced to leave the country, to evacuate, and then their cars, their donkey carts are being bombed and people are being killed. I cry every day. We had a vigil, a peace vigil this evening at 5:30 on the town green. It represented the diversity of the people in this town, people of all faiths, people of all races, people of all genders, people of all ages. we talked about peace and unity and about the importance of working together and importance of dialogue. A dialogue, this is not a dialogue in the council meeting. This is people getting to speak for 3 minutes. In this town, we have especially with the new council, we have a way of dealing with disagreements. And this is something new where we hold forums about issues, whether it's development or other issues. We have forums about them. We don't choose to discuss these very important issues in 3-minute sound bites. So I urge that there be discussions outside of the town council about this very important issue. I didn't get into the meeting tonight because the line was way too long, and I walked alongside the line that went all the way to Cedar Lane and down Cedar Lane. And I stopped and talked to people of both faiths, of Muslim, Jew, Orthodox Jews, people of all different faiths. And there was a lot of anger. I've never in 41 years seen such a long line of people who were so angry. This resolution should not have been put on the agenda. It should not have been raised at all. It brought nothing but anger. It brought people on that line who are furious with each other, who probably it's going to take a long time to get them to work on important town issues together.
Thank you, Ms. Rogovan. Thank you for your comments, ma'am. Someone in chambers, sir?
My name is Martin Stein. I'm a Teaneck resident for 43 years. I just want to make 2 points, really. First, I'd like to thank the council for the resolution, and I would also like to thank the councilwoman, deputy mayor, for their second resolution. I haven't seen the exact language, but to my untrained ear, the sentiments and the tone and the substance seem very, very reasonable. And I hope that some version of that can be passed. The only point that I really would like to make is that there's been some discussion by a few of the speakers about the tragic bombing of the hospital in Gaza. Now, Hamas blames Israel. Israel blames Hamas. I'm not smart enough. I don't have the technical savvy to know who is actually responsible. There will obviously be investigations. But the one thing I can say with great, great confidence and with great, great certainty is that regardless of who fired the missile, the IDF did not intentionally target a hospital with 500 people in it. And that is the difference between the IDF and Hamas. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Doug, someone on Zoom?
Mustafa, please unmute, state your name for the record.
Mustafa Awad, Bergen County. Can you guys hear me?
Sir, loud and clear.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests and fellow citizens, thank you for joining me today as we delve into this matter that weighs heavily on our collective conscience. The recent resolution that was passed that contains false information and lies, even lies that were debunked by the White House themselves. This is muddying the water of understanding. As we explore this issue, it's crucial to draw a clear distinction that we as Muslims understand between Zionism and Judaism. Within our community, we have dear Jewish brothers and sisters who stand against Zionism and the illegal and terrorism by Israel. It's a reminder that the complex geopolitical issues require a nuanced understanding. Reflecting on Teaneck Town, a diverse community that prides itself on unity, we've recently organized a peaceful march as a symbol of our commitment to a dialogue and understanding. Yet, unjust labels and threats of violence tarnished this effort. Today, I emphasize that Teaneck should not be an Islamophobic town, We must reconcile the peaceful intentions of our actions without hurtful rhetoric, and that labels us as terrorists and killers. Our own neighbors have warned us that they will kill us, and without the presence of the police, this matter would have gone south. The issue of illegal settlement encroaching on Al-Aqsa Mosque demands our attention. Our children, even in Teaneck, face attacks in schools, and they live in fear of visiting their own Al-Nuha Mosque and AUCZ. It's time for Teaneck Township to pass resolutions that are more that share perspective on the diversity and takes in consideration our experiences and our fears. Let's refrain from painting a biased picture and speaking on behalf of the Palestinian people. The people of Gaza appreciate the freedom fighters defending the Al-Aqsa Mosque. They are resilient despite being in an open-air prison. A crucial question to all of the attendees: how many of you have houses in occupied Palestine? You're supporting the illegal occupation of Palestine, and that's part of the problem. Let's unequivocally condemn war crimes and strive for fairness. Let's ask ourselves, how can the oppressed become the oppressor? We too have rights. Let us present our side of the story. Hear our voices, hear our fears, hear our struggles. I urge everyone in this call for an open dialogue. Understand our pains. Understand that we've lost families during the past 75 years. Close ones, direct family members. We need to reject any form of Islamophobia or bias within our community. Thank you for having me on.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rubenstein?
Thank you. Alan Rubenstein, Teaneck resident. I want to commend the Township Council for introducing a resolution about the recent massacre of 1,400 Jews in Israel by Hamas. Over the past several years, I have not been in agreement with the council over issues that were of major importance to me and many of my neighbors. I'm here to tell you publicly that I agree with the vast majority of the council with your stance on this issue. And I thank my friend Hillary Goldberg for her courage and for drafting the resolution. I want to publicly thank Mayor Pagan for attending the Unite for Israel gathering with the Teaneck community last week on Thursday night at the Senator Loretta Weinberg Bandshell in Voti Park. I also want to thank Township Manager Kaczynski for the forceful statement that he issued immediately after the attack. During the Black Lives Matter protest after the killing of George Floyd, one of the most offensive statements that anyone could make was that all lives matter. It wasn't that all lives didn't matter, but the BLM protests were a response to a uniquely Black event and were not about all of humanity. The BLM protests focused specifically on the killing of Black people. And by the way, George Floyd and almost all Black victims, except for Philip Pinnell, were not killed in Teaneck. Nonetheless, this council passed BLM resolutions with the support of this town. The recent savagery in Israel by Hamas, likewise, unfortunately, is a uniquely Jewish tragedy. Any attempt by anyone, including progressive council members and trustees of the Teaneck Board of Education, to equate the slaughter of Jews with anything else minimizes the horrific tragedy that occurred on October 7th. The resolution that was presented to this council was appropriate and should be passed unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Dovie Miller, please unmute. Dovie Miller, please unmute. State your name for the record, 3 minutes.
Hi, Dovie Miller. Thank you so much for having me, and I want to thank the council for putting together this resolution. Now is not the time to be silent, and silence is the same as condoning. I grew up in Teaneck for 40 years ago. I grew up playing in interfaith and interracial sporting leagues such as Biddy basketball at the Rota Center, TBO, and attended sports and art for many summers. We live in an amazing community with lots of amazing diversity, and we have always supported each other. The Jewish community has supported all the other communities when a tragedy has happened there. I just came back from outside the courthouse. My voice is still sore from that. where there was a large Palestinian protest with people holding signs and chanting, "When people are occupied, resistance is justified. And from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free." It's extremely troubling to see that. These are not people who are saying that what Hamas's actions were on October 7th were not justified. These are people standing with Hamas, and this is a position for violence. And what we need is a resolution that states very clearly that we are against violence in any way, and we are against Hamas. And we want that for both the Jewish people and the Palestinians. The Palestinians have been hurt by Hamas more than anybody else. Today, with the bombing of the hospital, which I believe will clearly be shown to have been done by Hamas or a party similar to Hamas, it was right. There's so much data and information coming out that it was clearly not Israel that did it. And if it was not done on purpose. There's nobody in Israel or Jewish people celebrating any injuries from innocent people. We need a strong resolution to denounce Hamas. Everything in this resolution should be very obvious to everybody. It says that Teaneck stands by, united with Israel, the Jewish community, and all those affected by terror. Everyone should agree with that. It states that people of Israel extended our condolences for all the lives lost in these attacks. Everybody should accept that. It supports Israel's right to defend herself against terrorism. Yes, we need to be able to defend against terrorism. The Township Council thanks law enforcement of all levels for keeping residents safe. I think everyone agrees with that. The Township Council denounces the views espoused by Hamas and their supporters as contrary to the very principle and ideals as the nation hold dear. Everybody should agree with that. We pray for the safe return of all Teaneck residents. Everybody should agree with that. The Township supports the Teaneck community and ensure continued safety. Everybody should agree with that. And we look forward to a peaceful resolution ensuring the security and safety for all those residing in Israel and Gaza and the West Bank. And everybody here should agree with that. It's scary when people are not in agreement with that. We have peace with Egypt, Jordan, and the UAE, and Jewish people and Israelis love visiting those places. We would be so happy to see a peaceful Gaza where we can all visit peacefully in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ma'am.
I was beginning to think you weren't going to call on me, Michael, because I didn't vote for you. But good evening. My name is Yasmin. I am Yasmin Al-Shahab. I'm a resident of Teaneck. It's been a long 10 days. I'm happy to see Ellie and Mark back with their families, safe and sound. I'm really happy. I hope everybody's family remains safe. Your daughter is there. I know your families are there. Everybody's loved ones in there. And I wish them nothing but safety. Nobody deserves to be dying. Nobody deserves to feel safe in their own homes. Innocent children shouldn't be dying. Nobody deserves to be kidnapped. I lie at night and I think about those kidnapping victims. I think about their parents. I think about themselves, if they get their medicine, if they get food. And I think about the Gazans. I think about the children. I think about them grabbing them stuff, running away from the bombs. I replay the videos of the mothers holding their children's lifeless bodies in their hands over, just wanting to hold them, smell them one last time. And I wonder who's consoling all of them. And I know you're in pain and we're in pain. And I hear my Jewish neighbors say things like, oh, the Israeli army is warning them. Ladies and gentlemen, they have no place to go. Please don't sanitize or rationalize the suffering of innocent civilians. The UN stated it was impossible to evacuate those children. 52% of Gazans are children. I hear my neighbors say, oh, they elected them. Those kids didn't elect anybody. They're children. They're dreams. They have hopes, but they have nowhere to run. They have nowhere to go. They didn't vote for Hamas. They're the ones dying. They're the ones suffering the consequences. My coworker just lost 30 family members, his daughter-in-law, 30 in one swoop. 30. I know you have numbers, we have numbers. It's not a whose numbers are better type of situation we're talking about. And I could go on and on, but I'm standing before you tonight And you've seen me after a long time because I've retired from politics, but I decided that this is going to bring me out. So I'm standing before you guys tonight, hurt. Okay. I came here to oppose the one-sided nature and language of Hillary's resolution, who I didn't vote for either. But after hearing Daniel and Denise's peace and unity resolution, I was ready to just go home after a long day at work and say, even though I don't like all the wording of Hillary's resolution, I'll say, okay, at least they passed an inclusive statement as well. At least I feel seen. At least I feel heard. Mark and Ellie, I've supported you personally, and quite frankly, I'm hurt that you didn't put, I really wish you could reconsider putting their resolution back on the table.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Doug, before we continue on, I have a question for council. We've had good and welfare for 3 hours already. Do we want to keep good and welfare going because we do have a lot of business left to do, or do we want to close off good and welfare?
I think we've heard from both sides, and I think I'm prepared to move on, but that's fine. To stop.
If folks don't want to speak, we should let them speak.
Denise, what do you think?
I think that if people want to speak, they should be allowed to.
Ellie, what do you think?
I am
All right, it's 2-2. Hillary?
I'm okay with letting people speak. Need a tiebreaker? It doesn't matter to me tonight. Are there a lot of people on Zoom?
There's about 20 something. And how many people in the audience do we have that want to speak? We have one in the audience.
So I'm okay with cutting it.
You're okay with
20 is
cutting
too
it?
much.
How many do we have? Yeah, I'm sorry. We have a lot of business still to conduct. So we're going to close good and welfare after 3 hours. Council members have an opportunity to speak now. Mr. Schwartz, would you like to lead us off, sir?
Okay. Yeah, I was going to speak to Yasmin, but she's leaving me. Yasmin, thank you very much for your words. Okay. As far as the other resolutions going, I look forward over the next few days, next few weeks on working and making sure that a peace and unity resolution is passed. I want to thank everyone that came out tonight, imams, rabbis, residents. I also want to thank all my Muslim friends who have reached out to me continuously over the last 10 days. Where was the call for resolutions when Syrians have killed 613,000 people? Where was the call for resolutions when Yemen has butchered 377,000 Arab people? Where are the calls for resolutions when China pits Muslims in concentration camps? There wasn't any. When I've called for a resolution, I called for the resolution when bombs were thrown at my family, when my family, my children, my in-laws have all rushed to shelters repeatedly over 3 days. When my daughter missed the call to the shelter because she was in the shower and got out of the shower, freaked out and ran. She put her bathrobe on. It's not about everyone all the time. It's not. Let's talk about the second resolution. Why do I not want that second resolution tonight? Nothing to do with the words. 99% of the words, totally fine with me. And I will work over the next few weeks to make sure that that gets passed. The reason I don't want a second resolution tonight, when Black Lives Mattered, I marched with Black Lives. And when all my friends, many of my Orthodox friends said, Black Lives Matter, all lives matter. I said, all lives do matter. But today, our Black friends need us to show that their lives matter, that they need to hear that their lives matter. And that is why we marched. We didn't do a separate resolution that night supporting our dedicated police officers that were killed in the line of duty. That would be completely insensitive. We supported them. We supported them days, the weeks that followed. But that night, those marches were about Black Lives Matter. And tonight, the Jewish people of Teaneck need you. Not minimizing anything, God forbid, what has happened, what did happen, what will happen. Not talking about 30 years, 40 years, 80 years, likely will go on forever as well. Tonight, We're asking to talk about the Jewish lives that matter. We haven't even buried the dead yet. In the Jewish religion, you need to bury them immediately. The burials, the funerals have just started. We have a list of 79 pages of kidnapped people. The file's not even complete. They haven't figured it out. Hamas says 250 people. We have 199 names. We just need this night to grieve, this night to begin our burial, not minimizing anyone else. We're asking for just this night. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Schwartz. Ms. Belcher?
Okay, I just want to repeat my statement that I made shortly after this the attack, this tragic attack that happened. I condemn the terrorist organization Hamas and condemn any type of terrorist attack on Israel and all people. I think I recommend that we take into account the fact that, you know, we have in these last 10 days, a lot of emotions. There's a lot of emotions that are rightfully so. I know people are hurting. There's a lot of pain. And when you see family, and I know we all come from families, they're all big and small. When you see families hurting, what do? You try to support. I mean, I think we all have tried in some way. Personally, I went to JCC on that Tuesday to show support. I feel your pain. I feel the pain of not only my Jewish brothers and sisters, but my Palestinian brothers and sisters as well. We have a diverse community, and the beauty of our town is that we have a diverse community. We do not want to create silos. The whole intent behind Deputy Mayor G and I's resolution was to bring about unity and to bring about peace. And I know sometimes it's hard to reach that when you feel like you're victimized. I totally get that. But we feel that when I put forth a few suggestions to the original resolution, it was kind of shot down. Or just quite frankly, ignored. And I want to just share with you, just so that everybody understands what we wanted to add. And that is that whereas 2 million people located in Gaza are not members of the terrorist organization Hamas and have a right of protection from terrorist activity, whereas killing innocent people is against the Geneva Convention and is morally wrong. Whereas we support humanitarian solutions to support innocent Palestinians in Gaza, of which half are comprised of children under the age of 15. Whereas we and others can be pro-Israel and pro-Palestinian and support both people's right to live free of terror and fear. Be it resolved that we support Israel's right to defend itself. Be it resolved that we advocate for humanitarian intervention for the innocent people of Gaza. That is what we asked to be in this resolution. So as a result of that not being included or anything like that, Deputy Mayor G and I created the Peace and Unity resolution. I will vote for Councilwoman Goldberg's resolution. I will vote for it. Why will I vote for it? Not because I believe it. Unlike my colleague, I don't believe that every one of those words are right. But most importantly, I will vote for it for unity. I want to see us as a township find some common ground. And because I have my colleagues that are willing to consider the Peace and Unity resolution, I will vote for their resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Belcher. Before we continue on, Doug, I make a motion to extend the meeting till 12:30.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye. Karen?
So Teaneck is indeed a very diverse town. Most of us do our best to respect our neighbors, to show support for them, even at times if we don't understand their customs, their beliefs, or what they're going through. I thank Imam Qureshi and I thank Reshma for the beautiful event that we went to a few months ago for the iftar. And you were so welcoming. The Muslim community of Teaneck was so welcoming, and you explained your customs to us and breaking your fast with sweet food and talking about the differences when you break your fast to when we break your fast. It meant so much. And seeing the children of the community run around, seeing the children lead it, because they were young adults who ran the event, but also seeing all the children that were running around in happiness meant so much. In 2019, after the shooting in Christchurch, my husband Eric and I came to Darul Islah to mourn with you and to pray with you and to speak out against Islamophobia. There were 51 killed then and 40 injured, and we were so happy to come out in support. And in 2020, when we marched for George Floyd, we did the same. We listened when our neighbors told us that they needed Black lives to matter, not all lives matter. And so we listened because that's what you needed to heal. Since October 7th, we have been telling our neighbors and the world in every way that we know how that we're not okay, we're broken, we're mourning, and we're trying to cope while we're also trying to support our friends and family. There are over 1,000 Teaneck residents in Israel right now. They're serving, they're studying, they're volunteering, they're working. There's but 1 degree of separation between anyone in our community and someone who is currently serving in the IDF, has been killed or wounded or kidnapped. So this is not just an international issue for us, this is our family. Tonight, I was supposed to be attending this meeting from Israel. My childhood friend's son was supposed to be married. We were supposed to be at a wedding last night, and that's the least of what's going on there. Our children are fighting, and our children's friends are fighting, and that's something that we're trying to cope with every day. And we go through, different cycles during the day where we mourn and we're sad, and then we're angry, and then we're sad again, and we're not sleeping. And our rabbis, God bless them for staying out so late for this, are trying to comfort their members, while at the same time trying to stay strong and dealing with whatever they're going through. And at the same time, since October 7th, anti-Semitism is up 488%. And that is an insane number. And I know that Islamophobia is up, and I support you and I grieve with you. But we're trying to tell the community right now what we need. Friday was an international day of rage against the Jews. And I can't imagine any other group, whether a religion, a nationality, an orientation. I can't imagine that if there was an international day of rage against any other group but the Jews, that nobody would have reached out. But not one person from town reached out. Not one person who wasn't Jewish. No neighbors, no faith leaders, no block associations, none of the people that come out every month and stand here and talk to us and we listen to you. Not one person reached out. And that's not okay. And that night we sent our children to school, and we were terrified, but we sent them. And that night we packed our synagogues, as we do, or as we don't usually do, but we did, because that is our message to ourselves, that we are here and we need to stay strong. Last Thursday night, we had a beautiful event led by the RCBC at Voti Park, and we prayed and we sang and we cried. And at the end we danced because it brought us hope. But there were less than 10 people from the township who weren't Jewish who were there to support us. And so what this resolution is saying to everyone, with no disrespect to the Palestinians and only focusing on the bad that Hamas is doing, we are telling you that this is what we need tonight. We need you to be here with us because we have tried our best to be here for you and to be good neighbors. And I do not oppose any resolution for peace and unity. I'm so happy to work on one, but not right now, and not one that was introduced this afternoon, and not one where the wording is not just right. It needs to take every side into account on this, and there's a big side missing from it if it's only as an answer to some other resolution that was put out there. I want to thank from the bottom of my heart, Dean, and Police Chief McGurr and the police department here and the prosecutor's office and the county. They have been so supportive in making us feel like we are safe and we are welcome here. And I do hope that we can all move towards healing with understanding for each other. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Organ. Ms. Goldberg?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to say thank you. Thank you to all of my colleagues, especially Mayor Pagan, to Dean, Teaneck Police, the rabbis, my parents, my son, my significant other, former council member Stone, and yes, Kaplan. And of course, residents. Your amazing level of support since Friday have been completely indescribable. It's really surreal. I woke up on October 7th to my significant other in tears, and he said, Israel is at war. His sisters were in bomb shelters. His best friends, who he served with in the Israeli Defense Force, were going back to combat. Despite the holiday, I immediately texted Deputy Mayor Katz and Councilman Schwartz, my colleagues, who were in Jerusalem, to make sure that they are alive and okay. And thank God they were. And I was glued to the news all day, and I kept seeing news bulletins, and I was reminded of my grandfather, every Passover Seder, reading a letter asking, I wonder if the word bullet comes from the word bulletin. As I saw bullets flying all over the news. My mother just sent me a text message telling me my grandparents would be proud. Yes, yes, they would be. I heard in horror as my partner shared a horrifying story of his family's neighbor who was gang raped and murdered on camera, and that video was sent to her parents. I hear in horror as residents have called me saying, my grandfather was a Holocaust survivor, and I never thought that my children would have to live through a pogrom. Residents sent me screenshots and stories like Maxine Angel and Deborah Blayberg shared. I sent those to the manager this morning. There is no one on this council, including myself, that is anti-Muslim, that is anti-Palestinian, that is anti-anyone. I stood and marched for Black lives because it was necessary, because Black lives matter. I stood and demanded the raising of the pride flag because love is love. I stood against Asian hate, I stood against terror, and I will still fight for every single one of you because it is the right thing to do. And tonight, as my colleague stated, it's important to recognize that tonight we are supporting Jewish lives. This resolution is about condemning Hamas. It is about condemning anti-Semitism. It is not against Palestinians. It is not against Muslims. It is not against Islam. We have all seen images that we cannot unsee. Images and videos of throats being slit, babies burned, women raped, people, including those of Teaneck residents. I heard today a Teaneck resident found out his daughter-in-law was missing, and she was found and left behind a 6-month-old baby. Thousands of Teaneck residents are directly impacted by these horrific events, and I will repeat, the resolution states, the terrorist acts of Hamas will result in tremendous loss of life on both sides, and innocent civilian loss should be spared. Every death on both sides is because of the horrific terror of Hamas. I condemn Hamas for every life they take in Israel, in Gaza, and the West Bank. In this country, we have an amazing freedom of speech. In Germany, it's against the law to deny the Holocaust. There are countless photos and videos, yet there are people who deny the Nazi atrocities. I have seen the horrific videos and photos of the atrocities committed by the terrorist Hamas, and they are not fake news. They are not lies. They are real, and they are crimes against humanity. Someone used an analogy to me that the Jews of the world are sitting Shiva. For those that don't know what sitting Shiva is, it's the mourning period after death. Jews all over the world are sitting Shiva together. We are in shock. We are outraged. We are grieving. And at the next council meeting, I will absolutely support a resolution proposed by my colleagues with that we change some wording on that I can get behind with some wordsmithing. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Goldberg. Mr. Katz.
First, thank you very much for all the residents that came out tonight, the ones that have stayed home and called in and watched. And I want to personally thank our law enforcement community, our fire department, emergency services that were here with us tonight and always keep us safe. I also would like to highlight our township manager, Dean Kaczynski's quick response and leadership. It's very much appreciated. I'm very sad by the divisions of the town tonight, and honestly, the words tonight from all touched me. And I'm certainly empathetic to some of the comments from members of the Muslim community that spoke tonight, especially the 16-year-old who spoke about living in fear in the US. It's unacceptable. Let me tell you my story. 2 weeks ago, my family and I traveled to Israel. I was employed by an American tour company that hosted a holiday program in Jerusalem, Israel. On Friday, October 6th, my family and I were enjoying the last days of the holiday and went to sleep anticipating another happy day ahead. We woke up the next morning to a much different reality. Saturday, October 7th began with alarms, alerts of incoming bombs and reports of atrocities committed by Hamas terrorists, along with fear of continued fighting within the borders of Israel and the possibility of terrorist attacks in our area. Hamas terrorists had infiltrated Israel in a horrific, unprovoked, and multi-pronged attack against civilians. Children, teenagers, senior citizens, babies, and entire families were slaughtered in cold blood. Hostages were dragged off to Gaza and paraded through the streets like trophies. We were devastated. I devoted the remainder of my time at the hotel to keeping my family and the hotel guests safe and informed, all while darting in and out of bomb shelters as sirens sounded. We heard that soldiers who were quickly deployed were next door at a bus station. My family provided various support for them as they assembled to go to their bases. My family and I worked on trying to get back home, not an easy task as all flights were canceled and many visitors were in the same predicament. Historically, I've always been opposed to these national and international symbolic resolutions, since while all causes are important, I'm a firm believer that local council chambers should focus on local issues. However, this resolution, while it may not be perfect to some, is not symbolic to me at all. It is actually quite personal. What we say in these resolutions may have no impact on the war, but it does speak to my personal experience and that of many in our beautiful community. In 2022, our family, along with many other families in the United States, organized and raised money to send an ambulance to Magen David Adom, Israel's ambulance and blood agency. We were informed that tragically, one of the first individuals killed was Aaron Chaimov, the emergency responder who was driving our ambulance while responding to an emergency in connection with the Hamas terrorist attacks. Israel has thousands of ambulances. What are the statistical odds that the driver was killed in my ambulance? We were shocked and distraught as we viewed pictures of the bullet-riddled driver's side of the ambulance with my family's name on it, thinking of Aaron Chaimov's tragic and violent end. To imagine that a hero, a first responder who dedicated his life to helping others, could be shot while serving those in need was incomprehensible. This resolution affirms what we believe and know to be true, while Hamas uses Palestinians as human shields and shows no regards to anyone's lives. Let me be clear to my friends, neighbors, and my Muslim family members. This is not an anti-Muslim or anti-Arab or anti-Palestinian resolution. We respect people of all faiths. We respect all the lives of all. Anti-Semitism should never be considered free speech. When we view and hear of the atrocities committed by Hamas, gleefully recorded by the agents of evil, we must speak out. When we are faced with protecting our community against their terrorizing statements calling for a day of worldwide Jewish pogrom, we cannot remain silent. Teaneck is famously known as a safe home for all cultures, races, and religions. We embrace our differences. We come together as a community to mourn on our sad days and celebrate on our happy days. Today is the day that I ask all my Teaneck neighbors and all my Teaneck friends to recognize the horrors and atrocities that were committed by Hamas in Israel and to unite as one against this barbaric terrorist hate group. I understand that there are certainly sides in this war, but the side we all should feel steadfast against is Hamas, the group that celebrates blood over humanity, terror over tranquility, and anarchy over peace. It is for this reason that I support this resolution today. And for the record, I'm in favor of the second peace and unity resolution as well. And I'm hopeful that all council members will work together and feel comfortable with the wording and the timing, so we have a unanimous support of both resolutions. I acknowledge that we all have our issues and that everyone's comments are important. However, my message is targeted and crystal clear, leaving no room for misinterpretation. The terrorist attacks by Hamas in Israel is reprehensible. The holding of hostages, including babies, is despicable, and the continued calls for more destruction by heinous terrorist group must be condemned without reservation or equivocation. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Katz. Ms. G.
Thank you so much to all the residents who came out today. I know it's, oh wow, it's past midnight already. And so I know it's been a long night and a tense and emotional night. So thank you so much for just being here. I was especially moved by the 16 and 17-year-olds who came up and bravely shared their views. So thank you. I have to share that I am deeply disappointed in my fellow council members who refused to even discuss the Peace and Unity resolution that Councilwoman Belcher and myself drafted tonight. This was a resolution that garnered massive applause in the room from almost everybody here. I thought after my fellow council members saw the reaction from all of you, maybe they would reconsider. Unfortunately, that was not the case. We had the opportunity to demonstrate leadership for all residents, and I truly believe we dropped the ball. As elected leaders of a diverse community, we should ensure that every resident feels like they matter. Not that some grief is more important than others, not that some lives lost were more important than others, not that some should wait a few weeks or a few months to have their grief and anguish acknowledged. That said, I completely stand in support of the resolution drafted by Councilwoman Goldberg. I might not love all the language that she used. I might not think it was written as a resolution should be written. But what I quickly realized and learned today from seeing the reaction from so many of you is that it resonated. It made you feel like you were supported. It made you feel like this township cared about you. And for that reason, I will absolutely support it. Finally, I will end by saying, while I am disappointed in my fellow council members, I want to acknowledge the pain and the anguish that you have been dealing with these last 10 days. I can't even imagine what it could be like to be in your shoes. And I want to give you grace. And I want to say thank you for considering the resolution at the next meeting. I wish we could have done it today. I think it would have really had a great impact on all the community members here. But I also want to extend grace because I know it's been a really difficult 10 days. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. G. First and foremost, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight and participated. The death of any human is tragic, and the destruction of any community is equally troublesome. And the truth is that I am conflicted on an appropriate response that embraces all the complexities and oppositional views of various populations who are all equally important parts of our diverse community here in Teaneck. And this is where our work to be both diverse and inclusive is challenging and yet vital to who we are as a community. I stand behind Israel's right to defend itself against Hamas and have been praying every single day for a peaceful end to this conflict, just as I was praying for Mark and Ellie and their families to get back home safely to Teaneck as quickly as possible from Israel. But I have also been praying for every innocent victim of this war. And I also have been praying for a humanitarian corridor to open up so people can exit the war zone in a safe and quick way. And I have also been praying for us to get all of the hostages back home safely to their families as quickly as possible. But I am also sympathetic to those civilians in Gaza who are also victims of Hamas, who have to live under a terrorist government. And I don't say this to take away from the suffering of the Jewish people or Israelis, but to recognize the reality of the situation on the ground. This is Hamas's fault, and that is what we need to remember. Teaneck is grieving. We are all grieving. And tragically, a lot of people are dying right now in this war on all sides. And because we are such a diverse township, a lot of our residents are suffering. And it is important that everyone be heard and that everyone be recognized, which is why I voted to support both resolutions. And with that said, our next order of business is the consent agenda. And all matters listed on the consent agenda are considered to be routine in nature by council and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If any discussion is desired by council, that particular item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the amount of the bill list into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. And again, that's our consent agenda, considering one raffle, two sets of minutes. Resolutions 258 through 272, 272 being the walked-in one from Councilwoman Goldberg, and the bill list in the amount of $15,178,644.94.
I'll second that. Mr. Clerk, please call the roll when you get a chance.
Councilman Schwartz,
Yes, just checking the bill list for anything to the Jewish link. I apologize. If there is, please recuse me on the Jewish link payments.
Councilman Belcher,
Yes to all.
Councilwoman Goldberg,
Yes on all.
Councilman Organ,
Yes, I know.
Deputy Mayor Katz,
Yes, with an abstention on the bill list.
Deputy Mayor G,
Yes on all.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes to all. Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Our next order of business tonight is our introduction of ordinances. Mr. Clerk, can you please read the title of the ordinances into the record?
Absolutely, Mayor. I'm just gonna give the room a second, Mayor.
Yeah, take your time. We have 4, correct?
We got some few. This evening, the ordinances that we hear for the first time, council ordinance number 36-2023, adopting certain regulations related to the inspection of lead-based paint in certain residential dwellings. We have ordinance number 37-2023, adopting certain regulations related to drone technology and unmanned aircraft within the township's parks and playgrounds. We have ordinance number 38-2023, authorizing a special emergency appropriation in the amount of $965,000 pursuant to NJSA 48:4-53H for the payment of contractually required severance liabilities to the township. We have ordinance number 39-2023, amending the township code for the township of Teaneck to enact a new section establishing and regulating accessory dwelling units, ADUs. Ordinance number 40-2023, amending the township code for the township of Teaneck to enact new regulations related to outdoor cafes compliant with state statute. Last but not least, we have ordinance number 41-2023, amending the township code to create a fields advisory board.
I'll make a motion to approve.
Yes on all for the introduction. I have some comments on it. We'll discuss it at the end of the meeting.
Was that a second, Councilman Schwartz? Running down the roll, Councilman Schwartz.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Belcher, apologies.
Just 41-2023 Field Advisory Board.
Yes.
The-
I'm sorry.
That's
go
the
ahead.
one from last meeting.
Councilwoman Goldberg had brought it up at a prior meeting requesting that the attorney draft an ordinance for it. This is just the introduction. It's not being adopted. We will be seeing it again in November.
We're not, okay.
Which remember, council, we did officially move our meeting from November 14 to 21 this evening effectively. But this is just an introduction for that, as you spoke about. Yeah. No problem. So we had a first from the mayor and a second from Councilman Schwartz. Councilman Schwartz.
Yes.
Councilwoman Belcher.
Yes.
Councilwoman Goldberg.
Yes on all.
Councilwoman Oregon.
No on 37, 39, and 41. Yes on the rest.
37, 39, and 41.
Yep.
Sorry, Councilwoman Oregon. Thank you for that. Deputy Mayor Katz.
Yes, for introduction.
Deputy Mayor G.
Yes on all.
Mayor Pagan.
Yes to all.
Introduced. We'll see him next meeting.
Do we have a motion to adjourn? All those in favor, please say aye. Thank you, everyone, for joining us tonight. We hope you get home safe.
Everybody get home safe. We'll see you November 21st.